is a live presentation of CBC Sports.
Like a rock, Mark Messier has a hard face. It's a landmark image. A New York monument better left unscratched. This is a city built on unforgettable pillars. The Empire State Building, no longer the tallest in the world, its reputation is etched in stone. Now this address summons Lord Stanley's Cup because of him. Square is at the confluence of the metropolis, a gaudy reminder of New York's spectacular flair. This is where the city celebrates itself and now allows thoughts of the cup again because Mark Messier deemed it. The unshakable image of this place is Lady Liberty. It was a gift from the people of France, a symbol of freedom. The Ranger captain says freedom's light may not miss hockey's prize much longer. Messier's performance was simply landmark. A 4-2 victory and a return to New York's sporting shrine for a 7th game. Fittingly, the address is one on 7th Avenue. It's sold out at the Jungle tonight. MSG, Madison Square Garden. This is it. A monster 7th game for a chance at the Cup. The Vancouver Canucks are already in it. Tonight, one team from the East will walk through the door and join them. The Rangers and Devils on even terms tied at 3. But this is MSG, and Messier so good here. Let the Devils beware as the Eastern Championship hits a peak in New York. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC in the 1994 Stanley Cup playoffs from Madison Square Garden in New York. I'm Scott Russell. Well, this is what everyone in hockey waits for, a 7th and deciding game to get to the Stanley Cup final. Chris Cuthbert, John Garrett, and Dick Irvin are up in the booth ready to call this one for you. Rick Bowness, the coach of the Ottawa Senators, is down here with me. He'll have his expert analysis. We are all so excited as broadcasters to bring this to you. But how about the Rangers and the Devils? This is so big for each of those teams. The Devils' story is this: they have never been to the Stanley Cup final before. They want a chance to get there, and they want a chance to build a loyal fan base. And the New York Rangers, there they are warming up. Joey Kocur standing outside their dressing room. The Rangers have been in this league for so long, and they have won so few Stanley Cups. Tonight they have a chance to get to their first Stanley Cup. Since 1979, they haven't won one. Since 1940, it's been 54 years. So many great characters in this story. Mike Keenan, the coach of the Rangers, has been to the Stanley Cup final 3 times. Twice with the Philadelphia Flyers, once with the Chicago Blackhawks. But Mike Keenan has never won a Stanley Cup final. He wants another chance to do that. Jacques Lemaire and Larry Robinson, the coaches of the New Jersey Devils, have won 14 Stanley Cups with the Montreal Canadiens. Now they coach the Devils. They've taught them to win. Can they be champions? And the goaltending has been outstanding in this story. Mike Richter of the New York Rangers, so long living in the shadow of John Van Beesbrook. He has been great in these playoffs. He wants the credit that he deserves. And Martin Brodeur, 22 years old, of the New Jersey Devils, a rookie netminder who has been one of the great stories for his team in these 1994 Stanley Cup playoffs. Throughout the playoffs, Madison Square Garden has been alive with anticipation. The newspapers have talked about the fact that the Rangers have not won in 54 years. There was a time when they thought the Rangers were not going to make it to the Stanley Cup final, when the Devils had them. And here come those New York Rangers. They are led by Mike Richter, their goalie. Mark Messier, their captain, is third in line, number 1 in the hearts of Ranger fans. Here they come to the ice, the New York Rangers.
Ledford along with Dick Irvin and John Garrett in the broadcast booth at a raucous Madison Square Garden. As we're getting set for Game 7, the Let's Go Ranger chant started with 2 minutes to go last night in the Knicks-Pacers NBA playoff game, and they're hitting a fever pitch now, and Mark Messier the biggest reason for that.
There hasn't been a stadium in the sports world to match what's gone on in this one. Counting tonight in 6 nights, this place has seen 3 NBA playoff games, including the 7th between the Knicks and the Chicago Bulls, the defending champions. 2 Stanley Cup playoff games, including this one, the 7th between the Rangers and the Devils.
Pressure time for the goaltenders, awaiting that first shot, and the coaches get this game going. Get rid of the butterflies, make a save, and get the ball.
But first, here's the national anthem, sung by John Cameron. Sounds like the madhouse on Madison tonight. One team trying to shed the ghosts of 1940, the other hoping to emerge from the shadows of the big city team. We're set for Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Championship, with the winner going on to play the Vancouver Canucks in the Stanley Cup Final. What a spot for a 22-year-old rookie. Martin Brodeur actually played in the 7th game against New York 2 years ago in relief. Won a 7th game this year against Buffalo. Mike Richter has never played in a 7th game, but he is an enormous reason why we're here tonight. He helped weather the Devil's storm in Game 6 before the amazing comeback in the 3rd period. Bill McCreary in charge of proceedings tonight, with Kevin Collins and Ray Scapanello on the line. The off-ice officials are from the New York Islanders.
Mike Richter really did give his team a chance to win. The New Jersey Devils had 4 2-on-1s while the score was 2-0 before Mark Messier took over and couldn't score on Mike Richter.
Mark Messier did not guarantee a win tonight, but he spoke for his Ranger teammates in saying that this was the biggest game of our lives. Somewhat surprising, Messier does not have Alexei Kovalev out on right wing to start the game. Instead, it's Glenn Anderson. Here's Messier around the near side boards. Adam Graves has it for New York. Lemieux, Chorsky, and Carpenter, the checking line for New Jersey. Anderson in first. Help force the turnover. Graves after it against Tommy Aveline. Kevin Lowe in deep for New York. Here's Anderson behind the net. Circling in front. Messier has it knocked off his stick. Prior to Game 5, Jacques Lemaire said, we have to be at our best in the first 5 minutes, and I would think that's the game plan here for New Jersey in the opening moments of this game.
Trying to get the crowd out of it, try and slow things down, but the Rangers aren't letting the Devils get any control here early.
John McClain tries to fire it around. It'll be kept in by Greg Gilbert. Now up with McTavish and Joey Koser. Coming out in front. Brodeur down. And the backhand went wide off the stick of Zubov. shot off the target. Low pinching in. And the Rangers applying heavy pressure. McTavish into the corner. It's picked up by Zubov. The shot. Brodeur got a piece of that. All New York to start. And now Koser will send it back in as the Devils were changing. Out at center ice, Bernie Nichols is now on. And Ken Danico starts away and fires it in on Richter. Jay Wells and Doug Lister on defense. For New York, Lister remaining in the lineup after an impressive performance in Game 6. That's Lister feeding it out into the center ice zone, and Tikkanen will clear it in deep. He's hit by Danico. Nemchinov in forechecking. Sergei Nemchinov. Driver, and Tikkanen just missed. Belting driver. Out for Dowd. And here's Richer. Questionable starter for the game. Richer shot right on. Good test there.
Richer, a good quick shot. Mike Richter very alert to make that first save.
Now Lidster back 2.5 minutes into the first period of the 7th game. Holy firing it in wide of the goal on the far side. Peluso behind the net. McKay's centering pass. Comes back to the point, kept in by Fetisov. And Gina. Watched by Peluso. Off the skate to Leach. Devils try to hem the Rangers in, but now it's Kovalev, one of the heroes of Game 6. Kovalev moving in. There's the shot, and it flutters in on Brodeur, who makes the save.
Is this your average wave? Is this your average beer? Molson Special Dry with the original dry brew taste. Now with a special new look. The next step in the evolution of beer. Molson Special Dry. It just could be the best beer ever brewed. Anytime, anywhere. Catch one.
Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. Brought to you by Molson Breweries, where all Molson brands are naturally aged and free of preservatives. By Ford of Canada, where quality is job one. And by Pepsi. Be young, have fun, drink Pepsi.
Off in the New Jersey zone, and out comes Claude Lemieux for New Jersey. The Devils winger flipping it into the corner. He's bumped by Bukaboom, returning to action tonight after the suspension for game number 6. And Ryan Leaf. Leaf was +4 in game 6 and sends it ahead to Messier. Stops at the line. Kovalev now out with Messier and Graves as Leaf clears it in. Out on the left side, off the stick of Chorsky to center. And it'll be cleared back in, both teams making changes. Albeli. Forechecking is Steve Larmer. And it's out to Kevin Lowe and Zubov. Lowe off the boards. Stefan Matteau let it go. And Ken Danico. Over to Driver. And out for Nichols. Here's Bernie Nichols. Takes the shot, drives it just wide. With Lowe down, trying to block it. Up the boards, Danico pitching in, collides with Matteau. Now it's Larmer, up to Matteau at center ice. And Tikkanen. He was a Game 7 hero in 91 against Calgary with a hat trick, including the overtime game winner. Driver takes him out. Nichols to the corner. Larmer trying to work it free. And Driver wins that battle, clears it around near side boards. Guerin can't get it past Kevin Lowe. Larmer in the corner. Double team taken down. Tikkanen hits his man along the boards. Steve Larmer tripped up again. It's Tikkanen behind the net. Puts it to Brodeur. He's down. Puck loose. Danico. Here's Tikkanen winding up, and that was blocked by Nichols. Now the Devils get control, and it's out on the right side for Bill Guerin. And the Devils have weathered the opening 5 minutes. We're 5-10 into period 1, no score.
Bernie Nichols played so well in Game 5, a couple of goals here at Madison Square Garden, and blocking a shot, something he normally doesn't do. Key game like this, sacrificing the body to make the play.
Here's Zubov clearing it out on left wing, too far for Greg Gilbert, and it's Niedermeyer. Dangerous pass, gets out to center. Lidster will fire it back in. The Ranger all tied up there. Gilbert along the boards by Niedermeyer, and he is offside on the play.
I drive a school bus for a living. I've been driving a school bus for 5 years, and I love it. I know safety, and I'm also a mom, too. Safety's a big thing on the new Ford Aspire. Look at this car. Look at the features you get. Dual mirrors, child safety locks in the rear, side impact door beams like in the bus. This car right here has ABS. It also has standard dual airbags. You get in the new Aspire and you feel safe, and it's a heck of a lot prettier than the bus.
Isn't it funny how some people always get a better deal than you did?
$260? Norm, I just bought the same vacuum for $230.
If you don't find it all that funny, come to Consumers Distributing for the lowest everyday prices. If you ever find a lower advertised price, we promise to beat it by 5%.
$69? Normie, where's the sale?
What sale? Same price every day at Consumers Distributing.
The lowest everyday prices and the 5% promise. We've got it.
Tikkanen was hit by Bruce Driver. He's cut above the eye. Tries a wrap around on Martin Brodeur. It's off the side of his skate. Stefan Matteau can't find the rebound. Finally he does, but then the Devils have time to react. Brodeur and the Devils have weathered the initial storm. It's 5.5 minutes gone here in the first period. The Rangers came out, lots of jump. But the Devils trying to calm down, settle the crowd down, and play their own game.
Messier line with Kovalev back out. Against Dowd, Richer, and Zelepukin. And they immediately go to the bench to get the checking line out against this big unit for New York. Dorsky, Lemieux, and Carpenter will have the big responsibility of stopping Messier, Kovalev, and Graves. Here's Leach jumping into the play. Leach is offside as he tried to burst in there and make it a 4-man Ranger attack.
Well, the crowd put on quite a show at the beginning of the game. They're answering back to Chicago Stadium, I think. Every bit as good. I never thought I'd say that. Offside right there on the left wing. They even pulled out the final stop. I don't imagine any of you folks at home could hear it, but they played a few bars of Frank Sinatra with New York, New York, just as McCreary was dropping the puck to start the hockey game.
Brian Leach with speed through the neutral zone, and that's something New Jersey said they'd have to shut down. Mark Messier got the tying goal, same sort of play. Lots of speed through the neutral zone, and the Devils standing still.
Captain Scott Stevens up to Chorsky and Carpenter at center ice. Leach ahead, and here's Messier. Picked up by Carpenter. Cleared in, and Brodeur tries to fire it around, and it gets all the way out to Chorsky. Lemieux loose on right wing, and he felt it. Big hit there by Leach. Boom out to Messier. Up ahead for Leach again. He's trying to go on the offensive, and it's too far, and he'll head to the bench. 13-13 left first period. No score between the Rangers and Devils in Game 7. Messier stayed out, can't get loose, and the Devils clear it back out.
Good solid hit, Brian Leach on Claude Lemieux. You wonder about Leach's shoulder. It didn't bother him in Game 6.
Kevin Lowe flipping it high. Danico back to get it around the board. Zubov will keep it in for New York. Zubov first shot. Handled by Brodeur, and the rookie goaltender not taking any chances.
After Game 4, there was much concern about injured Ranger players, and Brian Leach was one of them with a sore shoulder. Good solid contact on Claude Lemieux, that right shoulder. 3-on-2 for the Devils, all created by Martin Brodeur, firing the puck around the boards. And that's the end result of that 3-on-2. A good hit by Brian Leach.
One of the Devils who was injured the other night, Stéphane Richer, and the player were taken and received a penalty. Richer limped to the bench at the time. As of yesterday, Richer was saying, I don't think I can play, but he is playing tonight. His leg is bothered.
Here's Kevin Lowe. In behind the net. And Chinoff tries to center it. Brian Noonan back for the Rangers tonight on this line. And it's Niedermeyer getting it to Fedosov. Pass up the middle. Miss Nichols, but Guerin might have a chance. Bill Guerin the shot. Richter out to challenge him. Devils have 4 shots, but they've had 2 or 3 good scoring chances, and now the Rangers start back. Here's Noonan trying to thread it through, but it's broken up. And it's ahead to Nichols. He's hit by Lowe and rammed into the Devils' bench. And Chinoff ahead to Gilbert. Brodeur to Fedosov, hit by Noonan. And Chinoff knocked down by Fedosov. And now Niedermeyer will skate out. With Bill Guerin at the line, and the Rangers get caught on another sloppy change. Looked like there were too many men on the ice, but it's offside New Jersey.
Bill Guerin had a chance on Kevin Lowe, but Lowe, being the veteran that he is, was smart to cut down the ice. Guerin has much better speed than Lowe, but Lowe forces Guerin wide. Mike Richter's out to challenge, cut down the angle, and make the save. Kevin Lowe doesn't want to get beat to the net, cuts the ice in half. Guerin has to shoot from the outside. Chris, you were right. That was another one of those Ranger changes that they were fortunate. They weren't called for too many men. Earlier on Kevin Lowe's shift, he's tied up by the Devils bench, and Bernie has a hold of his stick. Lowe punched him in the back of the head to get the stick loose.
They just showed Bernie on the scoreboard here, and the building erupted with boos. Public enemy number 1 here in New York. And he didn't help the image with that attempted shot against Glenn Anderson in the late stages of Game 5. Said he was just trying to scare him. If he was trying to hit him, he would have. Kovalev along the boards, can't get it. Here's Stevens with a shot. Richter's down. Aldeline at the near side, can't get a shot away. And behind the net, Bouchard. Around the boards for Messier. Messier up the Leach. Leach breaking on every shift here offensively in the first period. Can't get over that New Jersey blue line. 9 minutes, 15 seconds gone. First period of game number 7. Still no score. Danico to McLean. Here's Richer. Looking against Jay Wells. Sweeping in. Can't get a good shot away. And it's off the boards and out to center.
Very similar play to the Game 1 overtime goal that Richer scored. Outside, inside on the defenseman, and a good scoring chance.
John McLean tied up on McTavish. Richer watched by Wells again, but he's trying to get loose. Wells puts the grab on him in the corner. Richer lost the helmet, still has the puck, and now McTavish will take over. He feeds it ahead to Kosar. Long shot in by Kosar. Greg Gilbert tripped up as he was about to grab the puck behind the net, then New Jersey comes back. Here's Dow. In for Caluso, the backhand. Brought down by Richter, and he'll hang on.
Sometimes the truth is a little hard to understand. Other times, there's real value in getting a helping hand. Hot Point, 2-speed large capacity washer, $559.97. The 3-temperature dryer, $369.97, all at a weight. Make watering a breeze and save $10 with this Melnor portable hose reel. It goes where you go, just $26.97. True value. It's something you'll find every day at your Canadian True Value hardware store.
The Lotto 649 jackpot is over $2 million.
Martin Brodeur. A chance for Greg Gilbert beside the net. Brodeur gets a stick out, but Gilbert just stumbled. Brodeur had the stick there. Gilbert tried to stop and come back and couldn't. At the other end, Tom Chorsky gets in the way of Mike Richter. A little help from Brian Leach. Richter able to pick that one up and make the save.
If you're wondering about home ice advantage in Game 7s in the last 10 years, the home team has won 27 and lost 12. But you can throw home ice advantage out in this series. Jersey already with 2 victories at Madison Square Garden. In fact, their away record in the playoffs is 6-3. Chorsky at the line. He's drilled by Bukaboo. Lemieux there. He's bumped by Kovalev. But Claude Lemieux up with the puck. Hands it back to Kovalev. Now on the left side is Graves. Messier was tied up inside the line. Niedermeyer to Fetisov. Cross ice. And Claude Lemieux. Puts it into the Ranger zone.
Have to be very aware on that cross-ice pass. Who's playing defense? Brian Leach had thoughts of trying to step in and pick that one off.
Leach checked at center ice. Delapukin bumped off the puck by Graves. Delapukin went out of his way to hit Graves as he was going off of the line change. Harris, rink wide on the tape to Bernie Nichols. Nichols banned on the pass. Tikkanen watching him, flips it towards the net. There's Guerin behind the goal. Trying to center it, can't do it. And Brian Noonan will come back for New York. Here's Esa Tikkanen across the line, and then Chinov missed the pass. Looked like a 2-on-1 developing for New York. Zubov hits the blue line. In behind the net, Brodeur stops it up for Stevens. Up to Richer, and off his stick into the New Jersey net.
Don't play around with high prices. Come to Canadian Tire, your summer sports headquarters, and save on a huge selection of top-name sports equipment.
Jacques Lemaire coaching in a 7th game for the 3rd time. He was a winner earlier this playoff year when the Devils beat Buffalo. He was a loser in what was his last game in Montreal as coach of the Canadiens. That was back in 1985 when Quebec beat Montreal in overtime in Game 7, a goal by Peter Stastny.
And Dick, Quebec, one of 5 teams in the last 10 years that failed to win Game 6 at home to close out a series, but then came back in the 7th game away from home to do just that. That's the position the Devils are in here. The Leafs did it last year in Detroit. And New Jersey did it in 1988 against Washington. Puck in the corner, Danico looking for it. Down goes Kovalev. Fighting for it against Holik. Now Steve Larmer walked by Danico. Matteau's out in front. Danico knocks Larmer down.
Carpenter. Carpenter misses, not by much, but he doesn't make the goalie make the save. Bobby Holik has the head down in the trolley track, looking for that puck in his feet, and Alexis Kovalev stands him up. Bill McCreary is letting it go. Holik on Kovalev earlier. Kovalev got him back.
Well, Mike Keenan said he expected an energy level that the Rangers have never experienced at Madison Square Garden tonight. Crowd's been terrific, but the Devils have been able to quiet them a little bit with 6 minutes to go in the first period. Rangers didn't get the early jump they were looking for. It's still scoreless. Here's Subban. On the right side it goes to Noonan. Stevens watching him, emptied off. High pass to Tikkanen. Kevin Lowe in deep for New York. Tikkanen taken to the board. Noonan helping out. Noonan works it free, works in front. Sandwich there, knocked down, and New Jersey will start back. John McLean along with Guerin. Bill Guerin turning and takes the shot that's going high into the crowd. 5:17 left, first period. Still scoreless.
We've got the new F-150 Eddie Bauer. It's a Ford Super Cab. Extremely busy lifestyle. Always changing, always active.
Judy drives the truck most of the time.
I work in design, and I'm very picky about what I like, and I like the way this truck looks.
The back seat's great. It's a lot higher than the other one. When Mom and Dad aren't there, we crank up the stereo full blast.
The truck has power windows and locks, and the console seat is great. You can throw an extra kid in there. It's a work truck and it's a play truck.
It's just like driving the fancy car, but it still functions as a truck. I couldn't go back to an ordinary pickup now.
Why waste time with a tractor like this when you can own a Mastercraft tractor from Canadian Tire? It has shift on the go to perform smoothly in tight areas without stopping, so you can finish your lawn in no time, which, all things considered, makes buying a Mastercraft tractor sound pretty good. Mastercraft, the only tractors with a 4-year warranty. There's a lot more to Canadian Tire for a lot less.
Jacques Lemaire and Bobby Carpenter have been having quite a conversation. Looks friendly from a distance about the miss, probably, that John pointed out. Here's the hit on Noonan. Two of them ganging up. Very good first period so far.
All those 2-on-1s came back to haunt them in Game 6. They had 5 2-on-1s after taking a 2-0 lead. And their failure to score the third goal is probably the biggest reason we're here for Game 7 tonight. Here's Doug Lidster. Here's with Jay Wells. The Rangers sit out Kirkotzev for Game 7. Wells to the red line and flipping the bouncing shot in, but offside the call.
Well, they hauled out the history books today as far as Game 7s are concerned. The Rangers have been in the National Hockey League a long time. 1939 was the first year they went to a 7-game playoff round in the National Hockey League. And most recently, the Rangers played in one in 1992 and beat the New Jersey Devils in Game 7, 8-4. The Devils, they played as many in their short career as the Rangers have in their long. And most recently this year, as we mentioned, as they beat the Buffalo Sabres in Game 7. Jacques Lemaire played 12 years in the NHL, won 8 Stanley Cups. Strangely enough, in all that time, he played in a 7th game only 3 times. Won all 3, 2 of them in 1971.
Teams were so good they never got to those 7th games.
Used to work out that way.
Devils cleared into the Rangers zone with 4:45 left in the first period. Scoreless ties. Messier back on the ice. Boom to lead. Carpenter watching them. Stevens pushed it up with a hand, and Boom now will send it in. That took a funny bounce. Messier was taken down by Stevens. Now Messier behind the net, looking Victor Bukaboom lowers a hit. Under 4 minutes to go in the scoreless first period. There's Leet. Cross ice to Zubov. Nichols watching Zubov. Scott Niedermayer cross ice. Out to center for Zalabukin. Rink wide Nichols. Here's Nichols with Guerin. Bill Guerin flying on right wing into Zalabukin. And he couldn't get a shot away. Zubov starts back. With Koser on left wing. Big hit there. McTavish knocked down. There's another hit. It's really heating up. Gilbert took his man down. Rangers forcing the issue in the Devil's zone. And now play whistle down. Fedosov and Gilbert fencing.
When you think about fresh taste, you think about foods like bread, fruits and vegetables, fresh eggs. But you probably don't know how important freshness is to the taste of your Diet Cola. Diet Pepsi introduces fresh taste dating, a date stamped on every Diet Pepsi that guarantees the taste you love will be at its absolute best. Fresh taste dating from Diet Pepsi.
One of the unsung heroes of the Rangers, Greg Gilbert, with the defensive play on Valerie Zalapukin. Gilbert has his man, and makes sure he ties up his stick. Perfect defensive play by Gilbert. Good solid hit by Scott Niedermayer.
Fans making noise again. Late in this first period of a scoreless tie, Kovalev out centering a line for New York has seen some action with Messier and Graves. That Litzker back in his own zone. Up the boards. They get it out to center. Danico to big Mike Peluso. Got by Litzker. Jay Wells in the corner. Just threw it out to Holik was there for New Jersey. Now Peluso checks Wells to Randy McKay behind the net. Centers it. And it rolls to Richter. Holik couldn't get a good shot away.
Boy, I'll tell you, John, Holik was able to shoot that when he got it. But he couldn't get it away as soon as it hit the tape.
Good work by Randy McKay and Mike Peluso to get that puck out to Bobby Holik, and then it just trickles through to Mike Richter. Doug Litzker does a good job watching his man in front. Litzker comes across, takes his man, and the puck just trickles through to Mike Richter. This line has had a number of great scoring chances, but not much finish. They're the bamboo crash line of the Devils. Voracek, well, they've been getting some scoring chances, and I would say Holik is the most talented offensive player on that line, but they can't put it away.
Holik still looking for his first goal of the playoffs. As the veteran Messier keeps the rookie down on this face-off, won easily by the Ranger captain. The Devils keep it in. Bukaboom to Messier. Once again, the Devils quickly get the checking line out. And Kovalev stays out with Messier and Graves. Richter to Leaf. Off the boards through center, and Stevens will chase it down. Kovalev right behind him. Bouncing puck. Stevens having trouble with it, now gets it ahead. And it's Florski for New Jersey. Dropping it for Claude Lemieux. His shot doesn't get through, and Leaf will take over. Under 2 minutes left, first period. No score. Rangers have a slight edge in shots, 9-8. As Graves on the backhand right on. And the rebound pushed wide, rolling through the goal crease. Here's Carpenter back. Long shoot in. Richter steers it to Zubov, and ahead it goes to Kovalev. He'll flip it high in on Brodeur. And he'll throw it off to Fedosov. Zubov at the point. And now Bernie Nichols starts back. Nichols, here's the booze here in New York. Zalabukin after it. Bill Guerin crashing into Anderson. It'll be kept in by Fedosov. Shot doesn't get through. Zalabukin diving for it, but Zubov whips it out to Anderson.
reports we have here today. One of our viewers out in Vancouver is Pat Quinn, who says he's going to sit down in the comfort of his home and watch without making any notes. Welcome, Pat. I can tell you Rick Lee made it okay today here, Pat. He's making the notes for you as you fellows wait and see which of these two teams you will be playing come Tuesday night here in the New York/New Jersey area. Which brings me to our quiz question for tonight. Which new will it be? As per line 3, we know it's going to be the Canucks. Or will it be New Jersey or New York? Tuesday, Game 1, Stanley Cup Final, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific Time.
Kovalev back out at center ice on this face-off against Dowd. Wins it. Under a minute to go in the period. It's John McLean for New Jersey. Off Kovalev into the Ranger zone. And the veteran Steve Larmer will give way to Brian Leaf. Leaf to center, clears it in. Driver. Dowd turning. And he'll skate to center. The John McLean long shot on Richter, the rebound. Boom there for New York. Big boom, ahead it goes to Larmer off his stick, sliding deep into the zone. Brodeur to Driver. Larmer taken down in front of the net. The fans react. No penalty call so far. Here's Zubov in the dying seconds, beating it ahead, and it's scoreless after 20 minutes here at Madison Square Garden.
And a big plus for the New Jersey Devils. They weathered the first 5 minutes. The Rangers were all over them. Good forechecking. But around Martin Brodeur, Dick, you could count on one hand the number of real tough saves he had to make in that first period.
You know, Brodeur in his second, 7th game. In the first one this year, he allowed 1 goal against. Here he is in the 0-0 situation. End of 1 tonight against the Rangers.
Shots on goal, 11-10 favored the Rangers. Here's a veteran of 7th game situations, Craig McTavish of the New York Rangers, and he'll join Scott Russell in studio in our first intermission. Also Rick Bonus. It's scoreless after 1 in New York.
We've got the new F-150 Eddie Bauer. It's a Ford Super Cab. Extremely busy lifestyle. Always changing, always active.
Judy drives the truck most of the time.
I work in design, and I'm very picky about what I like, and I like the way this truck looks.
The back seat's great. It's a lot higher than the other one. When Mom and Dad aren't there, we'd crank up the stereo full blast.
The truck has power windows and locks, and the console seat is great. You can throw an extra kid in there. It's a work truck and it's a play truck.
It's just like driving the fancy car, but it still functions as a truck. I couldn't go back to an ordinary pickup now.
It's hard to find a family untouched by Canadian Tire, by a first fishing rod, or decorating that tiny apartment. Why? Because Canadian Tire has always made it possible for families to get exactly what they need. Top quality and guaranteed low prices. There must be something to it, because we've been part of the family for a long, long time. There's a lot more to Canadian Tire for a lot less.
My greatest achievement is just still being alive in this business. Surviving failure, surviving success. I'm a split personality. I love the theater, and I love the urgency of a rock concert. Membership Rewards is such a diversified program. Every time you use your American Express card, you're creating points. I use my points to go golfing. That's pure music to my ears.
Use your points at Donald's concerts and other places of note.
There's only one place you can go to enjoy the great barbecue taste of a McRib sandwich. And there's nowhere else you can find a sandwich this good at such a low price. Only one place at an unbelievable price. McDonald's famous McRib sandwich, just $1.49 for a limited time.
Welcome back to New York City in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Championship Series. After 20 minutes, Jersey and the Rangers are at loggerheads. It is scoreless at MSG. And joining me now is Craig McTavish of the New York Rangers. 3 Stanley Cups with the Edmonton Oilers. And I guess, Craig, you wanted to be part of this, a 7th game. What do you make of a Game 7? How do you approach it?
Well, especially here in New York, you kind of have to divorce yourself from all the activity and all the hoopla surrounding the game. It's hockey's big out here, as you know, and they're starved for a championship, so they're really excited that this may be their year, and us as players just kind of have to keep our emotions in check and just take a workmanlike attitude to the rink, and you know, you've got to execute properly against the Devils because they're a team that plays very well defensively.
Rick Bowness and I were watching the game throughout the first period. One of the things that Rick said was the level of the emotion was very high, and yet the discipline of the two teams, as you said, was very good. Do you get the impression that with these two goalies that there will be few chances and a few goals?
Well, like I was saying earlier, the first goal may win. I think both teams are just trying to, when they get some momentum and some pressure down the opponent's end, what they're trying to do is just get the puck to the net and bang away at it, and hopefully they'll get a bounce our way and put one by Brodeur, because both these guys are excellent goaltenders, two very disciplined defensive clubs, and the goals are going to be few and far between tonight, so we want to get the first.
Greg, I know I've asked you this before, and everybody in New York City has asked you since you've been here, but they are starved for a championship here. All the talk has been about 1940 and 54 years. Are you guys having fun with that, or are you letting it get to you?
Well, I think a little bit of both. We like to have fun with it. We kind of view it more as a positive than as a negative, just because it'd be, you know, that much more exciting for the fans surrounding a championship team here. So that's a real incentive for us. But on the other side of the coin, the media is so can be, you know, they've been beaten ahead so often that they forecast it far too soon. So. There's no middle ground here. The highs are high and the lows are low, and they get pretty excited over the losses and pretty excited over the wins. But I guess that should be expected, I guess, when they haven't won a championship in 54 years.
Craig, thanks for coming in, and good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, thank you.
Craig McTavish of the New York Rangers, and there's a look at that 1939-40 Stanley Cup banner, the last time the Rangers won the Cup 54 years ago. Coming up next, hockey's Great Wall of Fame and Max Bentley of the Toronto Maple Leafs. We're at MSG for the Eastern Conference Final. Our first intermission continues in just a moment.
I hate blind dates.
When life turns up the heat.
He's here.
Nothing protects like Degree antiperspirant. It's body heat activated to give extra protection when you need it most.
Jeff? Hi.
Degree, your body heat turns it on.
Summer is coming, and White Ridge is getting ready for busy parks and playgrounds filled with great summer activities. 4 different and exciting model home villages are now open, as our 11 builders have built the most distinctive model homes ever presented in White Ridge. Come and see why we continue to be Winnipeg's fastest growing community year after year.
It's the parks and lakes that make the difference. White Ridge.
A community by Cairns.
Sure, I know a thing or two about tools.
Yeah, I can be a bit rough on them. Hey, we're talking tools here, not toys. You want them to last? You gotta go to the experts. Sears has the most complete line of tools made to work the way I want them to. You see this? Guaranteed for life. That goes for all Craftsman hand tools. And they back their power tools with service right from Sears. Show me another store that does all that.
Expect more from Sears.
Hey!
What?
Those fries! You made them too big!
They said to make them big.
Yeah, but those are humongous!
Now you can get a Big Mac Extra Value Meal for just $3.99. And for just 39 cents more, you can supersize your fries and drink.
Hey!
What?
The Coke! It's huge!
They said to make it huge.
What you want is what you get.
Supersize for 39 cents more.
McDonald's today.
The original watering system worked quite well, but was a little hard to control. Then came a better way, but it too was tough to control. Finally, the perfect way to water with the Groundskeeper from Strata, the inexpensive, zero-maintenance, in-ground watering system you install yourself in just hours. The Groundskeeper, now you're in control.
Going
ongoing research project to determine the ultimate beverage. I'm isolating superstar model Cindy Crawford in a Pepsi deprivation chamber.
I'll do anything for science.
We're allowing Cindy a wide range of beverages, but not a single solitary drop of Pepsi. You're here. You'll be all right. Cindy, how do you feel?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm dying for a Pepsi.
Conclusive scientific proof. Pepsi is the ultimate beverage.
It's one of sport's ultimate achievements, having a place with the elite. The new Hockey Hall of Fame honors almost 300 of the game's greatest contributors. Throughout the postseason, we present many of them on Hockey's Great Wall, brought to you by Ford of Canada, a proud founding sponsor of the Hockey Hall of Fame and makers of the 1995 WinStar. Tonight, great skill in a small package, 145 pounds of dynamite. Max Bentley, next.
In our construction business, we've got to have a tough truck. Our F-150 is used for many things, very versatile. Not only does it get us to the job, it gets our materials to the job.
That keeps the team going. Well, John, he's got the mathematical mind.
And Phil, he likes to be the Rambo type. Yeah, you could probably call us tough guys. We've got the 5.8-liter V8, lots of power, excellent trucks. The trucks are too pretty at the end of the day to leave at home.
So we wash them up and head downtown. Well, Ford's got a reputation for being a tough truck, and that's why we bought them.
Max Bentley was inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame in 1966. His physical appearance so small that 3 teams dismissed him early on in career tryouts. But Max overcame that and doctors' orders to bypass a hockey career due to a heart ailment to become a star in the NHL. His talent was first put on display in Chicago as a member of the Pony Line with his brother Doug and Bill Mosienko. But at the height of his stardom with the Hawks, he was dealt to Toronto and took his game up a notch to lead the Leafs to 3 cups. He won the Hart Trophy in 46, the Art Ross in 46 and 7, and the Lady Byng in 43. The Dipsy Doodler, Max Bentley, stick-handled his way into hockey's Hall of Fame. We honor him tonight on the Great Wall, brought to you by Ford, makers of the 95 WinStar, and a sponsor of the Hockey Hall of Fame and Museum.
Where do you find Canada's best selection of family vans? A choice of minivans for your family? Your Ford and Mercury dealers, the Minivan Center.
The WinStar was easy to handle, easy to park, easy to drive.
1995 WinStar. Comfort and car-like qualities. The maximum in minivans. Villager, luxury car refinement, and the value-packed Aerostar family. Where do you find Canada's best selection of family vans? At your Ford and Mercury dealer, the Minivan Center.
Enjoy a beautiful lawn all summer without spraying or back-breaking labor. This remarkable new tool is the Lawn Claw. It makes weeding and lawn repair almost effortless. Its unique steel blades remove any kind of weed from all types of soil. Transplant healthy grass into damaged areas for quick rejuvenation. The Lawn Claw is also ideal for spring planting of cell pack annuals, and it's 100% guaranteed.
Available at Canadian Tire, Sears, Eaton's, and Kmart. Makes a great gift.
The world champions are back on the home of the champions. CBC Sports has Speedy Muffler Blue Jays baseball. Toronto battles Seattle, Friday, June 3rd, only on CBC Sports.
I'm Peter Mansbridge. I'll be in Normandy to bring you the events commemorating the 50th anniversary of a turning point in World War II, D-Day.
Extensive live coverage begins with the unveiling of the Canada Memorial, June 3rd on CBC.
Meet Lindsay, a member of the War Amps Champ program for child amputees. From the day she was born, Champ has been there, with counseling and access to the very best in artificial limbs. Today, Champ is encouraging her to use a computer to keep up with her schoolwork. A computer makes writing possible and opens doors for her future. The War Amps. Thanks to your support, we are passing on our lifetime of experience to champs like Lindsay.
As this day starts, Manitobans now have the opportunity to invest in themselves and their province. Offering a competitive interest rate, Builder bonds are backed by the province of Manitoba. It's a chance for all Manitobans to save for the future and build a better life for us all. Builder bonds. On sale now at 6 3/4%.
edition of Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC was brought to you in part by Ford of Canada, where quality is job one.
An easily recognizable New York landmark, that is the Brooklyn Bridge. We are back at MSG for Eastern Conference Final game number 7, 0-0 after one period of play between the New York Rangers and the New Jersey Devils. Rick Bowness, the story of that first period, a high emotion level on the part of both teams, but few mistakes.
Well, you see the emotion in form of the physical contact out there. There's been a lot of hits by both teams. You see the discipline in form that the emotion is there, the contact is there, yet no one's taking any penalties. There's no roughing penalties, there's no retaliation penalties. The discipline is there in form of positioning. There's only one 2-on-1. There was no 3-on-2s, no breakaways. There's no breakdowns. So technically they're in great position, but the emotion level is very, very high, both teams.
Craig McTavish said when we were talking him in here, he said, we're going to get few breaks and you're going to have to make the most of them. Here is one break that we're going to take a look at, and the New Jersey Devils get it.
Well, it is a break, and keep your eye on Jay Wells. The puck is down here on the boards with Larmer now. As he tries to pass it back to Jay Wells turns his back. He doesn't see the pass, and the puck leaves the zone, and you're going to see Claude Lemieux coming out of the side of the screen and get a 2-on-1. But watch as the puck goes by, where it comes right back here to Wells, and we're going to stop it now. As he turns his back, here comes the puck. The puck is out, and now you're going to see Lemieux coming through there, and then be a 2-on-1. But Jay Wells doesn't have a chance to see that pass, or he would have kept it in. And there's a break. And again, when you get in these tough games like this, tight games, you want to capitalize on every chance. It's a good 2-on-1. And that goal could be the difference in the game, because this game could end up 1-0, 2-1, and there's going to be very few quality chances, and when you get one, capitalize on it.
When you talk about discipline, the Devils are going to match lines tonight. They want to match against Mark Messier, and here's a look at a line change the Devils make that really works out well.
Well, they want to get Carpenter, Chorsky, and Lemieux out against Messier. Now we have Dowd here, we have Richer, and we have McLean over here. But keep your eye on Dowd. If the puck is dropped, he is going to change. Lemieux and McLean stay in there to keep the pressure on the Rangers so they just can't walk out. And now here out comes Carpenter, so Richer and McLean now head to the bench. But we're going to stop it there, because now here's Bobby Carpenter, and off come the wingers to put more pressure on them. So the Rangers cannot gain any momentum because there's someone always in their face. And you can stop it there. Earlier in the period, that change almost caught them, because they made a quick line change. All three forwards headed to the bench at the same time, and the Rangers came out because there was no pressure. That was an outstanding line change. Two guys stayed in, kept pressure on until they could get the right guys out there.
All right, Rick Bowness, high emotion, great discipline, no score after the first period. Let's go back upstairs and join Chris, John, and Dick. Guys?
Thank you, Scott. You heard Craig McTavish talk about the importance of the first goal in this 7th game. Scoring first in these playoffs, New Jersey 7-3, the Rangers 8-2.
We also heard Craig mention the hoopla here in New York. It's interesting to listen to telephone sports call-in shows in the middle of an afternoon in May when it's 85 degrees outside, and here hockey is the sole topic. One of the fellows who host those shows said the Yankees have the best record in baseball. We haven't had 3 minutes of calls about them since the playoffs started.
Second period underway, and again Messier with Kovalev and Graves matched against Chorsky, Lemieux, and Carpenter. And Graves back to help out, gets off to Boucherboom. Lemieux watching him as it's pushed ahead to Mark Messier. His 4th career playoff hat trick in Game 6. Kovalev in deep. There's Graves 2. But he overskates the puck, and Albaline will turn. Tommy Albaline leads the Devils in plus-minus. Across it comes to Stevens. He gets by Messier and works his way through center ice. Lost possession at the blue line. Albaline cut off that pass and sends it into the Rangers' zone. Leak up to Tikkanen. That's Stevens. Ahead it goes. And Nichols puts it in. Guerin and Zelkukin, his line mates. Richter around the board. The stick of Tikkanen out to center ice. Zelkukin bumping with Boucherboom. And the chance starts up early in the second period, as the Ranger fans anxious to see their team on the board. But we're still scoreless. A icing the call against the Rangers.
Well, a very short summary as far as the first period is concerned. No scoring, no penalties. So with 21 shots, Rangers got 11.
Ice time for Mark Messier. He was averaging just over 6.5 minutes for the first 6 games, up a couple of minutes. 9 shifts, and 8:05 for Brian Leach. And Leach was out there with Messier almost all the time.
Look at Jacques Lemaire, who admitted that it was tough to get to sleep after Game 6. But the most important thing for his team was to get their frame of mind back to a pre-Game 6 mindset. Talked to Bill Guerin prior to the game, asked him if there was any inspirational speeches, videos, or anything out of the ordinary to change the mood. He said, no, we've just got to refocus and think positively. There's a hit by Danico. Driver gets it ahead on the left wing, and Peluso pushes it out to center ice. Zubov and low with Nemchinov, Noonan, and Anderson up front for New York. Leak forechecking for the Devils. Anderson deflecting it out to center ice, and big Mike Peluso there. Hit by Noonan and knocked down in front of the New Jersey bench. Zubov takes over. He had 3 of the 11 first period shots on goal for New York. On the right wing to Anderson. Driver won't let him by. Down on the far side. He can't control it, and it's Nemchinov. Here's Brian Leach, the shot. That goes wide. Pushed into the corner by Brodeur. Leach is there. Trying to center it. Noonan falls down. Brodeur around the boards. Fans reacting, but it looked like Noonan. There's a shot on goal. Looked like Noonan tripped over a stick that had been dropped as the puck is cleared out of play. Now Danico and Nemchinov pushing, but doesn't look like anything will come of it.
When it comes to muffler replacement, some muffler shops seem to have low prices. So how come they can charge you more than they advertise? Good question. That's why at GM Goodwrench Service Plus, the price on the ground is the price on the hoist. A complete Goodwrench exhaust system starts from this low price and includes a muffler guaranteed for as long as you own your vehicle. Plus tailpipe, clamps, and labor. Expert service, honest prices. That's GM Goodwrench Service.
There's only one place you can go to enjoy the great barbecue taste of a McRib sandwich. And there's nowhere else you can find a sandwich this good at such a low price. Only one place at an unbelievable price. McDonald's famous McRib sandwich, just $1.49 for a limited time.
Devils some problems in their own zone on that last shift. Mike Peluso hollering encouragement. Big hit Brian Noonan on Mike Peluso right in front of the Devils bench. Good forechecking by the Rangers. Stefan Richer has lost his stick, so the Devils are playing with a man without a stick, and Richer has lost. The shot from Brian Leach goes wide. And again, they have to hit the net, have to try and make the goalie make the save.
From the face-off, Bukaboom put it out in front, and it's John McLean for New Jersey. Off the boards in front of the Ranger bench. Up Kovalev and Messier back inside the line. There's Graves after it, but it's chopped away by McLean. Pass Leach down the ice. And Leach will wind up. Kovalev back to Leach. Plus 19 in the playoffs. His shot blocked by Stevens. Graves was knocked down in front of the net. The fans react. Play continues at Stevens. Cross ice. Claude Lemieux off the boards. Leach there for New York. Graves bumped, but it's Messier. With Kovalev and Messier. Lost possession. Lemieux back. And it's very tight checking between the blue line. 3.5 minutes into the second period. Pinching in. There's big Stefan Matteau centering it. The shot right on Brodeur. Esa Tikkanen with the best chance of the second period.
And Tikkanen shaking his head. Martin Brodeur in perfect position. Pass comes out to Tikkanen. Quick shot, and Brodeur's right there. Takes it off the logo and controls the rebound. Goaltenders like Brodeur and Richter get so hot that the players try and get too fine, and that's why you see so many of them going for the top corners and trying to rattle it off the post and in instead of just doing what Esa Tikkanen did, shooting it at the middle of the net and hope something happens. Mark Messier said that after Game 6. His backhand, just throw it at the net, and it went in.
Well, the Rangers lost Games 4 and 5. They had 22, 25 shots on goal. When they won in Game 6, they were back up to a total of 36 shots. Tikkanen trying to center it against Dowd. Behind the net, Larmer and Matteau. Larmer drops it back in behind the goal, and only Dowd there for New Jersey. Kept in by Larmer at the point. Brodeur with the stop. Just over 4 minutes gone in this second period. And the 3 shots on goal all have been by the Rangers. Playing out at center ice. Richet's offside.
From coast to coast, no one serves Canadians better. Canadian Tire, proud to be part of Canada for over 70 years.
Rangers much more aggressive on the forecheck. Esa Tikkanen standing in front of the net. His stick being held by Fetisov. He's trying to get it away. Slashed at Fetisov's ankles. And Bill McCreary hasn't called any penalties. The Devils said they couldn't afford to play 4-on-4.
Here's Leach, and his pass for Noonan just missed. Anderson in the corner. Lost control, and then Phenov there as well for New York. He passed it back to the point, but Leach had moved in. And it's back out to center for Doug Lidster. The former Vancouver Canuck sends it in. Danico for New Jersey. Up to Holik and Peluso. Peluso for McKay doesn't get through. And Phenov can't clear it. Peluso. There's McKay behind the net. Holik trying to get in front. And Leach does a good job defensively. Holik leaving it for Peluso. There's Lidster knocking his man down behind the net. Peluso after it again. Fourth line for New Jersey causing trouble. Here's a pass. That wall stopped by Richter. Richter robbing Bobby Holik.
And again, the checking line for the Devils getting the best chances. Bobby Holik, the one-timer. Richter with the right pass save.
Holik's had a couple of chances in this game. Now Anderson tries to speed away, and he crashes into Brodeur. Up for Carpenter. Through center to Chorsky. Zubov taken into the corner by Lemieux, but maintains possession and around the other side for Kovalev. Carpenter is there. 6 minutes gone, second period. Still scoreless at Madison Square Garden. Carpenter forechecking. Kevin Lowe right in front of his net. And Messier will turn. Out at center. Up to Graves. He'll flip it in, and Scott Stevens back to get it for New Jersey. Just found some room and clears it the length of the ice. Zubov touches it, icing the call. 6.5 minutes gone here in period
2. 10 years ago, the world's first Magic Wagon rolled off our Canadian production line. And they're still rolling, with over 4 million on the road today. Your local Chrysler dealer is celebrating Magic Wagon's 10th anniversary by offering the safety and value leader with dual airbags, side impact beams, air, V6, automatic 7-passenger seating, and more at this great 10th anniversary price. Be part of this great Canadian success story. Now at your local Chrysler dealer, a dealer you can...
Hey, this new Pepsi Max is really something, huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it tastes of regular cola and a third of the calories.
I'll grab that for a second.
Yeah, sure. What are you doing? I want to see if they filled it up a third.
Can't you just enjoy the taste
It's
without...
the only way to explain this calorie thing.
You're not going to open it, are you?
Oh, don't worry. You see, the lower pressure created by the chilling will keep the expansionary forces of the carbon dioxide at bay.
Who's going to open it?
It's elementary. New Pepsi Max.
Oh, jeez.
All the taste, 1/3 the calories.
I can tell you, folks, John Garrett is very proud of his fellow members of the Goaltenders Union so far here tonight.
Bobby Holik with the chance. Mike Richter is so quick, so flexible, gets the right toe out to make the save. Full extension, pass was right through the crease. Out comes the right leg to make the save.
That was the first shot on Richter here in the second period. Here's Vukovu moving in, hit the side of the net. Albaline around the boards. Graves is forechecking. Delapukin trying to clear it against Messier. And the Devils do get it out to center ice. Kovalev gives up the puck. Here's Nichols. Has to pull it back outside the line, and Graves knocks down the other number 9 on the ice. Now Guerin is in. And Nichols along the boards. Jaworski lets it go for Albaline. Nichols tied up by Messier. Leach has it. Sidestep the hit by Garrett. Kovalev can't get it out. Jaworski there for New Jersey. And Leach will have to go back. Leach off the stick of Kovalev, and it is into the crowd out of play.
Rick Bowness talked about the line changes of the New Jersey Devils. There they had pressure, and even during a line change, that continued pressure. Exactly the same strategy that Rick showed. One player in forechecking while the wingers go off, and then the centerman sees he's safe, and away he goes. Lots of line matchups for both teams, and this slows the game down, and I think it slows the Rangers' tempo down. I think this is working in the Devils' favor, all these line matchups and line changes.
Mike Keenan behind the bench. He's coached in the 7th game 5 times before this one. Philadelphia's record was 1 win, 2 losses, and Chicago 2 wins.
Stanley Cup final in '87. Went to a 7th game with Keenan behind the bench for the Flyers. Lost to a lot of the players on the ice for his team tonight. The boards, and now comes out Kevin Lowe at the line, puts it back in the corner. Tikkanen tries to center it off a glove, and it goes to the boards. Here's a chance for Zubov, and he lost control, and Richer will turn. John McLean speeding on right wing. Here's McLean loading it up, and a glove stop by a very sharp Mike Richter.
Hesitation as the whistle finally goes. A 3-on-2 for the Devils. And Stefan Richer makes the pass to the defenseman's side. Tikkanen is back on the left side. Kevin Lowe on the right. The pass goes to the right. Lowe plays it very well. Forces McLean to the outside. And Mike Richter's right there again. When you look up and see a forward back, you usually try and work the 2-on-1 on him. Stefan Richer threw the pass to McLean on the side where Kevin Lowe was. Lowe played it very well, and Richter made the save.
Getting close to the midway point of the second period. And New Jersey and New York still scoreless. Peluso back out with Holik and McKay. Here's Peluso driving it wide. And once again, this fourth line of New Jersey had their share more of the chances. Now Leach with some room. Sends it ahead. Greg Gilbert clears it in for the Rangers. Brodeur around the boards. Gilbert there to cut it off for New York. Ryan Noonan. He's watched by Danico. And Pinov in front. They jam away. Noonan had a whack at him. And Brodeur keeps it out on the short side. Vukovu ran into his man, Peluso, but the puck out to center ice. Long pass by Leach, got through to Anderson. Now Driver out to center ice. 10:50 left, second period. Still scoreless. Here's Bernie Nichols after it. Lindster beats him to it. Peluso to the bench. Sloppy change by the Devils that time. And icing the call against New Jersey.
your average beer. Molson Special Dry with the original dry brew taste. Now with a special new look. The next step in the evolution of beer. Molson Special Dry. It just could be the best beer ever brewed. Anytime, anywhere. Catch one.
When you need brake work, trust the people who've done hundreds of thousands of brake jobs. Licensed technicians trained in today's brake technology and backed by a nationwide guarantee. It's service you expect from your car dealer or from the technicians at Canadian Tire. So while car dealers and your Canadian Tire both offer quality brake service, Canadian Tire costs less. There's a lot more to Canadian Tire for a lot less.
Closed captioning of tonight's game is sponsored by Household, providing financial services for the family. Mark Messier's 3-goal performance, of course, the big story of Game 6, but just as big was his previous guarantee that his team would win. Naturally, here in New York, they hark back to Joe Namath, late 60s, the underdog Jets in the AFL will win the Super Bowl. And they did, and they hauled that story out. His performance, they were comparing it, Reggie Jackson, 3 homers in the series. Babe Ruth pointing for a home run and getting one. Twisting and turning and scoring!
Brian Leach from the point. Everybody has a man. Leach pulls it out with the spin around move. Tom Chorsky fell for the big. Chorsky goes right by it. And Brian Leach tucks it under Martin Brodeur. That's Bill Guerin. I'm blaming Tom Chorsky. That's Bill Guerin who fell for the spinorama move. Guerin goes by Leach and lets Leach have time and room to pull it out and in.
9:31. The time of the goal for Brian Leach, his 6th of the playoffs, and his first of this series. And the Rangers have the icebreaker here midway through the hockey game. Graves back. His shot blocked. And the Devils will get a whistle.
Brian Leach, such a great offensive talent, and how many defensemen can use that spinorama move and make it work? He had Bill Guerin almost going all the way around behind the net on the other side. Bill Guerin comes back. It's a one-on-one battle. The Devils are in good position. Everybody has a man. Leach is behind the net. And Guerin almost was all the way around. Leach spun around and just tucked it under Martin Brodeur.
Graves and Messier assist on Leach's goal at 9:31. And it's noisier now than when we started the game.
Now the poise and confidence of the Devils is really tested. We saw it in Game 6 how it collapsed. Can they bounce back here in Game 7?
Now Tikkanen and Niedermeyer go to the boards. Are cleared behind the goal by Matteau. Larmer trying to center it against Fetisov, who takes it away. Larmer gets it back again. Out in front, Nichols there for New Jersey. John McLean skates up. Richer on the left wing, and he can't get by Boom as Leach touches it, icing the call.
This is the 100th regular season and playoff game for the New York Rangers tonight, and Brian Leach has played in all 100 of them. After his injury-plagued last couple of seasons, it's been a totally different story this year.
That's the problem with that injury, that neck injury, the nerve damage, and he said that his shot wasn't 100%, but he felt pretty good, and he even said he felt pretty good through this series, although he's had rumored shoulder problems.
Right for the face-off, and Tinoff trying to walk in, and Brodeur covers. Didn't like the extra tap that Tinoff gave him. But a great move off that face-off.
Brodeur was talking it over with Bill McCreary, and then Stefan Richer. Nemchinov on the backhand jumps by Bernie Nickel. The puck is bouncing, goes right to Brodeur, and Nemchinov took an extra whack at it as it was caught up in Brodeur's chest. Jacques Lemaire making a late line change, trying to slow things down, take this crowd back out of the game.
Devils won 8 of 12 face-offs in the first period. And Jacques Lemaire had to be concerned with the last draw won by Nemchinov so easily. Again, New York wins the face-off. Anderson shot doesn't get through. And it's Mike Peluso at center. Randy McKay will pick up the chase. Kevin Lowe for New York. Around the boards. Ryan Newman trying to spin off Peluso's check. It comes to Lowe, and ahead it goes to Anderson. Anderson against Driver. And Anderson with a shot right on Brodeur. Peluso hit by Nemchinov. And Bruce Driver off the board. Lowe pitching in. Newman at the point. Moves it in behind the goal. Brodeur. Out of the net momentarily. Now Nemchinov. Out to Zubov. The pass to Anderson. Went by him. Nemchinov behind the net. Looks to center. Devils there. Adam Graves shot at the point. And New Jersey having trouble in their own zone right now. Get it out to center ice.
And looking for a line change, and they can't get off.
Here comes Leach again. Ryan Leach takes a look, gives off to Gilbert. Check that Kovalev shot. Graves had been knocked down in front, and he blocked it. Graves having trouble getting up. And the Devils take over Peluso. Sending away Claude Lemieux. Here's Lemieux in, and Richter makes the stop. Messier comes back. Drops it off for Kovalev, and a kick saved by Brodeur. Mike Richter at the other end has been flawless so far. Now Trotsky will test him, putting it in front. Broken up by Leach. Out to Matteau at center ice. Kovalev was cruising on the far side. Now Matteau is in. Messier knocked down. Penalty coming up. First of the hockey game.
An interference penalty to Claude Lemieux. Lemieux was upset that there was no call on his chance to score at the other end. Sergei Zubov was all over Lemieux, and Lemieux couldn't give Mike Richter his A moves. Zubov comes back on Lemieux, reaches around with the stick and grabs with the other hand. Lost his stick, and there was no call on that play, so Lemieux came back on Mark Messier, takes the interference penalty. The reach around by Zubov.
Earlier on, Chris mentioned that Adam Graves seemed to be hit by a shot in front of the New Jersey net. Now, was it a shot with a stick or a shot with the puck? I don't know. He went down on the ice and rolled around and got up very slowly and went from there to the New York bench. Once he got there, there's the flash in front of the net and the push. Hard to tell when it was he was hurt, but he did leave the ice slowly at the time.
Timeout called here as the Devils want to try and regain their composure, and Adam Graves seems to be all right on the bench now as he's coming out for this power play. Discipline, the frustration of Claude Lemieux. He has a good scoring chance. There's no penalty called against him, but you can't afford in a 7th game to come back and take a stupid penalty like he did.
Well, that's the first penalty call of the hockey game by Bill McCreary, and here you see the Rangers' deficiency record on the power play, and the Devils on the penalty kill, and it's that situation that we have here right now. And all you Vancouver Canucks out there, you bring your sticks and your skates and your uniforms. You better bring some earplugs.
That was a Ranger timeout, not a New Jersey timeout, as Mike Keenan wanted to rest Adam Graves and get him back out there after that big hit from Ken Danico.
Keenan sensing the momentum right now, and a power play goal would be an enormous one for the Rangers at this point in the game with a 1-0 lead. And Stevens gets it out to center ice. Both teams were 0 for 3 in Game 6 with the man advantage. Rangers 4 for 23 Giving off to Kovalev in front, and it went by both Leach and Graves. Out for Nichols and down the ice.
Rangers power play deceiving. They were 8 for 27 against the Islanders. Very good, and they've had 8 power play goals since.
Here's Kovalev to Zubov. Flipping it into the corner. Messier there, watched by Chorsky. Now back to Leach. Across to Zubov. In for Kovalev. And broken up, and Carpenter will flip it down the ice. 6:50 left, second period, and a minute remaining in the New Jersey penalty. Shots on goal are 9-3 in the second period, favoring the Rangers. Niedermeyer around the boards. It went past Tikkanen and Zubov the length of the ice. John McLean and Nichols, the penalty killers up front. Here's Tikkanen to the line with Matteau. Larmer in the corner. Watched by McLean. It comes back to the point for Leach. Back in for Larmer. His centering attempt. Off the skate, and McLean gets it to center. Steve Larmer cross ice off the glove of Leach. And the Devils send the Rangers back with a dozen seconds left in the power play. Larmer to Noonan. Back to the point. Kevin Lowe, the shot. Brodeur down. And the Devils now back at full strength. Tikkanen's shot is blocked. And out for Chorsky. Lead pass for Lemieux, bouncing in on Richter. Out at center ice for Tikkanen. And there's Anderson taking a spill over Stevens. 5:20 left, second period. 1-0 Rangers. Leach from Graves and Messier at 9:31 of this second. Now the lane to Zelepukin. Anderson just missed him with a check. Around the boards, there's Zelepukin after it. Centering it for Dow. There's a chance for Dow. Shot was blocked. And Messier steers it ahead to Joe Kocur. Kocur belted by Fetisov. Now Guerin tries to wheel away on the right side, overskated it. And Messier turns it back to Bukavu. Mark Messier on the move. Here's Messier shot right on. Kovalev with the rebound. Fetisov is there. Messier looking to center again. Graves tripped up in front. Carpenter around the board. Pitching in Bukavu. Graves can't keep it in. It's out to center ice. Carpenter trying to break away and was held back by Messier.
One of the few times Mark Messier has been allowed to skate good speed through the neutral zone and created a good scoring chance.
4:11 left, second period. 1-0, New York.
To us, it was a challenge to totally reshape what you expect from domestic transportation. 5 all-new models with safety, design, and performance equal to cars costing twice as much. After all, just because you're on a budget doesn't mean you have to drive an ordinary car. The shape of things to come from Chevrolet.
Automobile accidents are the leading cause of childhood deaths and serious injuries in Canada. Many of these tragedies could be prevented through the correct use of child safety seats and seat belts, and yet up to 8 out of 10 are installed or used improperly. Please join us at participating Esso stations on Saturday, June the 11th, and for every liter of gasoline sold, we'll donate 2 cents to Safe Kids Canada. And pick up our brochure on the proper use of child safety seats, because at Esso, we believe all our kids should be safe kids.
Devils captain Scott Stevens on the bench. A scheduled guest for our second intermission and very much involved with this play on Glenn Anderson.
Slava Fetisov, famous for low hits. You have to keep your head up and watch your knees. There's one on Joey Kocur, that low hit on the knees. Asked Scott how his brother Mike was doing, and Mike plays for the Calgary farm team in St. John, New Brunswick. Enjoyed it very much, playing in a new building, doing very well this year.
Former Vancouver Canuck.
he was there when I was there. That is old.
Lemieux clearing it in. Richter has a little trouble. That's the only trouble he's had so far tonight. 22-13 the shots on goal. So it's 11-3, the advantage for New York in the second period. Leach on the move again to Messier. Messier circling. In for Kovalev. Pulled it through just wide of the net. And Claude Lemieux. Graves, nice back checking there by the Ranger winger. Kovalev with one move, hits the line. Trying to get around Driver. They'll leave it there. Carpenter and Graves battling for it, and the Devils get it out. Lowe clears it right back in with exactly 3 minutes left in the second period. 1-0 New York. On Brian Leach's first goal of this series. Richer puts it in front, and there's another big stop by Mike Richter on Bernie Nichols. Fourth shot on goal, but they have been 4 big saves by Richter, and here's Nichols and Tikkanen and Stevens conversing.
Well, you're looking at key saves. 2 big ones by Richter in this period. Just past the 5-minute mark off Bobby Holik. That would have made it 1-0. And then John right here just past the 17-minute mark on Bernie Nichols.
Beautiful one-hand pass by Stefan Richer to Nichols. One-hand backhand pass. Richer to Nichols, and Richter right there to make the save. Bernie had such a big game in Game 5 after his 1-game suspension. Said he was well rested. Would love to have another couple of goals here for the Devils tonight in Game 7, but hasn't had. That's his best chance of the night for sure.
Prior to Game 6, he was quoted as saying New Jersey had to win Game 6. They'd have no chance of winning a 7th game at Madison Square Garden, and the New York press has been reminding Nichols of that ever since. Bateau almost breaking by Niedermeyer. Tikkanen in deep. That's the Tikkanen sweeping it in front, and the shot just went wide. Bateau missing on the setup by Tikkanen. Tikkanen back to the point. Here's Bukavu. His shot doesn't get through. Gets it again. Nichols blocks that. Out on the right side, McLean lead pass for Richer, and Bukavu stretched out to block it. Under 2 minutes to go in the second period. 1-0 Rangers. Here's a chance for Bill Guerin walking in, and Richter again with the save. And he's knocked down in the goal crease. Zelapukin on the doorstep.
The comfort of a luxury car. The fuel efficiency of a compact car. And the handling of a performance car are at last in one car. The new 1995 Maxima from Nissan.
The Devils have been frustrated. John, 91 minutes and 2 seconds worth of shutout goaltending against them. And the Rangers came close to getting their second goal right there.
Bill Guerin with a good chance. Nemchinov can't get it out. Guerin jumps on the puck. Mike Richter in perfect position. 3-on-2 down low. He has to back up. He can't come charging out, but he's right there to make the save on Bill Guerin.
Devils win the faceoff. Driver around the boards. Messier cuts off the puck before it got to Down. Driver standing up the line to keep it in. Down and Leach go after it. Leach wins that battle. Bukavu up to Kovalev. Kovalev for Leach. Too far. Tim Danico. Graves on him immediately. Driver near side to Chorsky. And here comes the veteran Carpenter. New on the right wing. And now Leach behind the goal. Off the boards. Kept in. Kovalev knocked his man down. And under a minute to go in the second period as the Rangers move back into New Jersey territory. Chorsky flips it in the air and out to center. Kevin Lowe across to Graves. That whole line was headed to the bench. And now Tommy Abilene will take over for the Devils. Bernie Nichols out with John McLean. They get to the line. Jaworski heads to the bench, and Richet's out now too. Devils look for a tying goal in the final minute. Esa Tikkanen starts back for New York. Here's Tikkanen moving on Stevens. Flicker across the ice. Low move down. Matteau behind the net. Abilene watching him. McLean tries to work it free. And it's Abilene. In the dying seconds of the period, out to center ice, and the fans getting on their feet at Madison Square Garden.
Now going back to Game 6, Mike Richter approaching nearly 5 periods worth of shutout goaltending in this series. Fans chanting Richter, Richter as the period came to an end, and with good reason, John.
Save on Bobby Holik and then on Bernie Nichols. 2 key saves at key times in the game. The fans getting back into this game and giving the Rangers the edge.
Shots on goal were 11-5 in favor of New York in that second period. Coming up in our second intermission, Scott Stevens will join Scott Russell in studio. 1 goal to report. Leach from Graves and Messier at 9:31. Rangers lead the Devils 1-0 after 40 minutes.
Present the GM Motor Spectacular. June 3rd, 4th, and 5th in Winnipeg Stadium. All seats only $13. CTV star Bigfoot take on the world's greatest monster truck. Same night, high-flying championship motocross racing. Cars destroying cars in a demolition derby. Death-defying rollovers. Plus the battle of the transforming robots. Crazy bots to all kids at the Sunday show. All seats $13 at select to see. It's the hottest show on dirt.
Sure, I know a thing or two about tools. Yeah, I can be a bit rough on them. Hey, we're talking tools here, not toys. You want them to last? You gotta go to the experts. Sears has the most complete line of tools made to work the way I want them to. You see this? Guaranteed for life. That goes for all Craftsman hand tools. And they back their power tools with service right from Sears. Show me another store that does all that.
Expect more from Sears.
When it comes to making product comparisons, many of the others take shots at Toyota first. And we're real happy to be their target. It means the people who make those other cars and trucks know that Toyota still sets the quality standards the whole industry aims for. But it also means they know that what they've been saying about their quality finally matching Toyota's just doesn't stick.
Get special lease rates on selected vehicles during Toyota Red Tag Days. On now at your Prairie Toyota dealers.
Athletes Wear proudly sponsors the 14th annual Run for Fun. Come on out Sunday, June 5th at 8 a.m. for the Assiniboine Park Wellington Crescent 10K run. This year, as an additional feature, Athletes Wear introduces a new 10K inline skate event. Proceeds go to the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. You can register in advance by Friday, June 3rd at any of the 3 Athletes Wear locations: 145 Market Avenue, Pembina at Grant, or 860 St. James Street across from the stadium.
Perkins summer salads are ripe for the picking. You can pick a BLT salad with charbroiled chicken, or pick a spinach salad with warm bacon dressing, with or without chicken. 3 new salads served in a fresh baked bread bowl. You couldn't pick a better time to try them. Perkins, breakfast, dinner, and everything in between.
If you think this is just an ordinary phone, listen to this. It's the latest, and it can put on quite a display with MTS Call Display. It tells you who's calling by showing you the number of the incoming calls. It keeps a record of your incoming calls. It allows you to be prepared and allows you to personalize your greeting.
Hi, Mom. I just knew it was you.
Call Display. One of many MTS calling features. Call it for a free trial. We'll show you what it's all about.
Brian Leach has scored Game 7 of what has been an outstanding Eastern Conference Championship. Nothing decided yet. It is close, very close after 40 minutes. It's 1-0 for the Rangers over the Devils. Rock solid on the New Jersey Devil defense again as Scott Stevens, he takes out Glenn Anderson busting for the net. Scott Stevens and the Devils are down by 1 after 2. Scott, difficult position for you to be in. Your thoughts on the game so far and how it's panned out?
Well, we're playing patient and we're getting our chances. It's just a matter of time. I mean, 1 goal's not a big lead, and we know we can get 1 goal, and we just got to do it in the 3rd period. Just keep playing patient and waiting for opportunities.
We walked by your dressing room before the game started. There was a lot of talk in there. The guys were up, but trying to get themselves up for the game. How do you control emotion in such an emotional situation?
I don't know. It's a good question. Once you get out there and start playing, I think you settle down a lot and get your first hit, or you get some confidence, make a good play, and start skating, and then you forget about everything else, and it's just another hockey game that you have to go out and concentrate on.
Jacques Lemaire and Larry Robinson have been in a lot of Game 7s before. They've won Stanley Cups. What was their message to you before this thing on how you should approach?
Well, they said to go out there and have fun and play relaxed and play the way we've been playing all year, and just work hard for each other, and if we play real well positionally and check well, we'll get our chances, and we have got our chances, and we've got to create a few more in the 3rd.
How about you personally? 16 minutes and 30 seconds. Our producers tell us so far you played in the game more than 19 shifts. Must be taking its toll. Are you getting tired at all as this series pans on?
Actually, I feel pretty good. You know, we've played a lot of hockey, but when you're at this point, you forget about that. We're so close, and we want to get this game, and we're all pulling for each other, and there's no time to be tired.
I want to ask you a question about the importance of the game and the overall scheme of things. Do you feel like if you win this game, you can get yourself to a Stanley Cup final, that the New Jersey Devils will win themselves some fans and some loyalty from those fans who will stay with you?
Well, I think we've got a lot of respect. I think you're seeing 2 of the finest teams in the NHL out there right now, and you know, hopefully we can prevail and come out on top. But I think we've gotten a lot of respect from everyone in the league, and I think we've learned a lot about ourselves, and I think things are going well. We're going to keep going.
All right, Scott. Well, no question you have a lot of respect from everyone in the league, and thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Scott Stevens of the New Jersey Devils. The Devils are down by 1 after 40 minutes of play. Our next game is Tuesday, game number 1 of the Stanley Cup Championship Series. The Vancouver Canucks, we know, are in there. They will face the new question marks, either the New Jersey Devils or the New York Rangers. After 40 minutes of play, it is 1-0 for the Rangers over the Devils. Coming up next, Rick Lee of the Vancouver Canucks. Our second intermission continues in just a moment.
Thanks. Boy, I needed that.
Wake up to cool, refreshing Skin Bracer.
When you think about fresh taste.
Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Championship struggle continues from Madison Square Garden in New York. 2 periods are done. It's 1-0 Rangers on a goal by Brian Leetch. The Vancouver Canucks open the Stanley Cup Championship Series on Tuesday at 7:30 Eastern, coast to coast, and they are still waiting for an opponent, either the New Jersey Devils or the New York Rangers. An interested observer in every way, Rick Lee of the Vancouver Canuck coaching staff. First of all, Rick, what do you see out there in these 2 teams?
There's a lot of intensity out there, and of course the excitement that the fans are generating. It's an important game for both organizations. Up to this point, it's been pretty even, really.
How about the preparation of the Vancouver Canucks? I know you're telling me that they're coming here tomorrow to the New York area. Don't know who they'll face yet. But how's the preparation been going? How much time did you have off after beating the Leafs?
Well, we've had a couple days off, and we've had some time to kind of give the motors a little rest. But as far it's hard to prepare. You don't know who to prepare for, so you're doing a double job, and it's kind of a little bit of apprehension on our parts right now, just waiting to see. And no matter who we play, we're going to play a good hockey club.
Everybody talks about how important it is for the Rangers to get in a cup final here. The city of New York wants it. What's the celebration been like in Vancouver? You're going to the Stanley Cup Championship for the 2nd time in your history. What's it like to be in Vancouver?
Well, it's pretty exciting right now. After the game the other night, when we beat the Leafs out, it was quite a scene. There was cars parked all over, people partying and having a good time, and not destructive, mind you, but it was quite nice to see, and it's a long time coming.
All right, Rick Lee, well, congratulations on getting the Stanley Cup final, and thanks for coming in tonight.
My pleasure, thank you.
Rick Lee of the Vancouver Canucks, and the Canucks are going to the Stanley Cup Championship against either the Devils or the Rangers. That is still to be decided after 2 periods of play. 1-0 for the New York Rangers on a goal by Brian Leetch. Our intermission continues in just a moment.
Next to
This is your standard living room, seating for 8 with all the comforts of home. Our living room also has seating for 8 with all the comforts of home. The only difference is, ours comes with a 4.3-liter V6 engine, standard 4-wheel anti-lock brakes, a driver's side facial airbag, and the most towing capacity in its class. Introducing the 1994 GMC Safari.
From now on, these will give you the world's closest shave. They're called microfins, and they're only on the new Gillette Sensor XL. These microfins precede the blades. As Sensor XL's spring-mounted blades adjust to your face, these soft, flexible fins gently stretch your skin, so your beard stands up for the closest, most comfortable shave ever. Get closest. Get the new Gillette Sensor XL.
Hi, I'm Art Drysdale, and this is the Garden Claw. Using spades, forks, or cultivators can be back-breaking. The Garden Claw has a patented design that virtually eliminates bending and lifting. Turn the handles and the steel tines corkscrew down into all soils, even clay. It's perfect for mixing in peat and fertilizer, and it's ideal for working around plants and shrubs. The Garden Claw is backed by a 100% guarantee.
Look for this display. Available at Wilco, Zellers, participating Beaver Lumber, and Pro Hardware stores.
Hello?
Mom, it's me.
Hi. How are things?
Fine.
Everything okay?
Uh-huh.
Nobody offers more fiber optic lines than MTS.
Mom?
Oh, I know why you're calling. I can hear the rain.
And clearer lines mean closer ties.
Genuine draft. Get out of the old. Get into the cold.
Welcome back to Madison Square Garden for the third period in Game 7 of this Eastern Conference Championship as the New York Rangers come onto the ice. And as we await the Devils, let's go down and join Scott and Rick.
All right, Chris, thanks very much. 1-0 for the Rangers over the Devils on a goal by Brian Leetch. Rick Bowness, the Devils are now in the hot seat. What should their approach be?
Well, the big decision Jacques Lemaire is going to have to make is how long he's going to continue to play this chip and chase game that they've been playing, or when they're going to have to open it up and go for it and take a few gambles and start bringing their defense up. But right now he's one shot behind. I think he'll be a little bit patient, but he's going to run out of patience because there's no tomorrow for them.
Jacques Lemaire, he will never let a team die. He and Larry Robinson have been to 14 Stanley Cups and won them. Jacques Lemaire is the kind of guy who will tell his team what in the dressing room.
Not to tighten up, to continue to do what they're doing, yet also he'll know. His instincts will tell him when to pull the switch and let the guys go. So he'll have them calm so they're not running around trying to do too much, but he'll also be able to get his message across when it's time to go for it.
What about the Rangers? The Rangers have attacked. Do they continue to do that?
Yes. You can't sit back. They caught the Devils the other night when they sat back on their lead. The Rangers have to continue to play their game, keep the pressure on the New Jersey Devils, and hopefully frustrate the New Jersey Devils. And as long as you're in their zone, you're not in any trouble.
Rick, thanks for your input on all three rounds. You really know this game. Right now, let's send you back up for the third period of Chris, Dick, and John. Guys?
Thank you, Scott. The number 54 keeps popping up. Mike Keenan's team has led after 40 minutes 54 times this year and have lost only once. And the once was Game 1 to Jacques Lemaire's New Jersey Devils. A berth in the Stanley Cup Final could be 20 minutes away for either of these teams. Well, it could be a lot longer night than that, Dick.
Fans are into a standing O routine here, and I think you'd almost like to think this is a salute to both these teams. This is a terrific hockey game on the 27th of May. These are the two top teams in the National Hockey League over the long regular season. 112 points for the New York Rangers, 106 for the New Jersey Devils. And they have continued that degree of excellence through until this nail-biter here tonight at Madison Square Garden. And they deserve a lot of credit.
there was so much hoopla around Mark Messier that Mike was more or less overlooked, and what an outstanding performance he had in that game.
Messier tried to set the record straight. He said, I wasn't the star of the game. It was our goaltender, Mike Richter. We beg to differ, but they both played critical roles. So here we go, third period. And Messier starts up front with Graves and Kovalev. Ryan Leach, the goal scorer, with it. And he's been taking off on the offensive all night. Rangers take a change, and it's Scott Stevens up to Lemieux. With Bernie Nichols, Lemieux shot off the stick to Blow and out of play.
Only one goal in the hockey game as we're in the first minute of the third period. Brian Leach just about halfway through the second period. Graves and Messier assisting. The Rangers dominated the second period for the most part. You can see by the shots 11-5.
Mark Messier over 8 minutes a period as Mike Keenan in game 6, especially in the third period, started using Mark Messier more. Brian Leach, 20 shifts, 20 minutes. And Scott Stevens, almost identical to Mark Messier's ice time as Jacques Lemaire has tried to get Stevens out every time Messier's on the ice.
Nichols, McLean, and Richer for New Jersey. Devils have not scored since 17:32 of the first period in Game 6. Zubov ahead, too far for Tikin into the slide, the length of the ice, and an icing call against New York.
First time the Rangers have been called for icing in the hockey game.
And they didn't like the call. They thought that Bruce Driver could have played that pass that went astray.
Upon a time, Claude Lemieux scored a series-winning goal in overtime against the Hartford Whalers in 1986 in Montreal that sent them into the Stanley Cup Finals that year against the Calgary Flames.
The Hartford Whalers, one of the candidates for the head coaching job, at least a rumored candidate, is Larry Robinson of the New Jersey Devils.
Third period, and from the face-off, Buchanan can't for the first time, now gets it out, and it's Gilbert on left wing. The Port Credit native off the glass. It's Benisov for New Jersey to Niedermeyer. Long pass, goes by Holik down the ice. It's been a good line for New Jersey tonight as Peluso crashes into Buchanan, but out comes Gilbert. Nemchinov on the move, the pass!
Went right by Bobby Holik, and Holik looked to try and pick off the pass. Holik is trying to come back on Nemchinov. Nemchinov goes right by him, and he doesn't get the pass. The pass comes to Nemchinov on the backhand, and Martin Brodeur keeping his team in this game. Pass on the backhand, Nemchinov chips it through, and it's underneath Brodeur's back leg. Good to be lucky and lucky to be good. Dragged the leg, and Brodeur had it under the pad. I get to pick the Stars again tonight. I know. Already.
Well, the score is your first clue, 1-0. Zubov. That puck through to Brodeur, but there have been a number of great saves. No shortage of scoring chances here.
Mentioning this is the Rangers' 100th game. Coley Campbell, one of their assistant coaches, was talking about that to me before the game. He said, this is our 100th pre-game pep talk. He said, I think most of it went right through them tonight.
And another candidate for the head coaching job in Hartford, we're looking at him, Coley Campbell.
Former Vancouver Canuck.
His name has been mentioned. They talked to Larry. He feels he might need a couple more years under Jacques Lemaire to really become acquainted with the coaching profession.
What an impact Larry Robinson's had, though, on this team. Obviously, most of it on the defensive core, which Neil Smith, the GM of the Rangers, has called the best defense in the National Hockey League. McTavish out there now with Noonan for New York. Ken Danico, the driver, and up ahead it goes to Zelepukin. Cleared into the corner. Down after it against McTavish. Silipukin dumped by Lowe. Garrett after it again. And finally the Rangers up with it. And they get it to Adam Graves. Working against Danico. Graves leads it behind the net. McTavish picks it up. Puts it in front. And here comes New Jersey to center. Claude Lemieux. Fires it around. Richter out of the net. Graves on the left wing out to center ice. 3 minutes gone, third period. 1-0. The New York Rangers. Jaworski against Leach in the corner. Lemieux is there as well, but up with it come the Rangers. And it's out for Graves and Messier. Graves at center chops it in, and Messier line will head to the bench. Out comes Matteau with Tikkanen and Larmer. And offside is the call. Early here, third period. 1-0 New York.
Today's true performance car is distinguished by many things. Its power, its responsiveness, but most of all, its unmistakable sounds. The Intrepid, a performance sedan that handles the road as well as your family.
Every day at factories like this, products like this motor oil are packaged. Some with the MotoMaster Formula 2000 label, some with another famous label. The idea being people pay more for a national brand name. But when you buy MotoMaster oil at Canadian Tire, you get national brand quality that costs less. MotoMaster Formula 2000 meets the same new SH performance standards, just like Quaker State, Castrol, Valvoline, and other national brands. You simply can't buy a higher-rated motor oil. MotoMaster, quality automotive products for a lot less.
Well, this is a familiar picture of Mike Keenan on Hockey Night in Canada, coaching behind the bench. This is the first time we've ever shown you a picture of Mike Keenan, the hockey player, with the Roanoke Valley Rebels of the Southern League in the mid-1970s. They won the championship in 1975. Mike set up the championship-winning goal. The team was coached by Greg Pilling, a buddy of mine in Edmonton. I thank Greg for supplying us with that different look at the hockey career of Mike Keenan. Tom Jaworski racing in. Guaranteed Greg Pilling's watching tonight. Puck tied up in the corner. Move it! Move it! Bill McCreary wants the puck moved, and they do move it. And Leach outlets to Kovalev. Here's the speedy Russian moving against Stevens. Puts it in front of in 1975. Mike set up the championship-winning goal. The team was coached by Greg Pilling, a buddy of mine in Edmonton. I thank Greg for supplying us with that different look at the hockey career of Mike Keenan. Here's Tom Jaworski racing in. Guaranteed Greg Pilling's watching tonight. Puck tied up in the corner. Move it! Move it! Bill McCreary wants the puck moved, and they do move it. And Leach outlets to Kovalev. Here's the speedy Russian moving against Stevens. Puts it in front of the net. Leach after it. Up against Lemieux. Now behind the goal, Stevens. Cut off by Messier. He's fencing with Carpenter. And Stevens ahead to Lemieux behind him. Here's Scott Stevens. He comes right out to challenge him and turn Stevens back. Devils so used to frustrating the opposition, but the Rangers are doing it to New Jersey right now. And Nichols sends it in deep. Richer against Zubov, who kicks it ahead. Gets it at the point. There's a shot right on Richter. And Zubov takes over. Out on the right side, that's broken up. Fetisov to Nichols. Bernie Nichols, shot. Richter got enough of that, and it's into the corner. Nichols battling for it. It comes to Matteau and to Tikkanen. 5:05 gone. Third period. 1-0 New York.
Mike Keenan talking about how his team couldn't get to Martin Brodeur and rebounds, while the Rangers are doing a great job tonight. Any shots the Devils get, any rebounds there, the Rangers are right on it.
keep it in at the point. Shot blocked by Nemchina. Driver hit the linesman, and Ray Scapanello is down.
Dangerous job. Ray Scapanello, that one off the glass and off the side of the head. And he's going to be all right.
And we'll return with more of Game 7 in a moment.
Veteran NHL linesman Ray Scapanello has picked himself up off the ice before, and he's done it again here tonight. Underway, let's score.
Ryan Leach dropping it into the corner. Messier into forecheck along with Graves and Kovalev. Against the Carpenter line of New Jersey. Leach keeps it in. There's Messier, hit by Danico. Carpenter out to center and Leach there. Messier after it. Danico there. And Danico runs over Kovalev. Here's Carpenter. Right side for Lemieux. They'll clear it in. The Devils will forecheck. It's past Stevens at the point. Kovalev took a run at Stevens and a penalty coming up. First penalty call against New York tonight. And it goes to Alexei Kovalev.
Quite similar to the Claude Lemieux penalty. Kovalev was flattened at the other end. And then a retaliation hit. Elbow right to Scott Stevens' face. And away he goes. Kovalev, both hands and the elbow in Stevens' face. Kovalev was knocked down in the Devil's end. And a retaliation penalty.
He was a target earlier in this series to the point, as Chris mentioned the other night, that Mike Keenan said they were intimidating the youngster.
Ken Danico on Kovalev. And that's why Kovalev was mad. Quite similar to the Claude Lemieux thing. No penalty on that play, so Kovalev comes back, takes a run at Stevens, and takes the penalty.
Well, New Jersey has struggled with the man advantage. They've got a big chance to tie it now. 13:28 to go. Nichols, Richer, McLean up front. Niedermeyer, Stevens are the point men. And Mark Messier, with his Stanley Cup playoff record, 14 shorthanded goals, is out with Graves to kill the penalty. Nichols checked by Graves. McLean's pass, missed by Richer, and Messier turns. Lost it, the Nichols will take over to Richer. In behind the net, McLean knocked off try by Graves, and Graves up with the puck. Skates to center, rolls it in, he'll head to the bench. Minute 15 to go in the power play. Devils looking for their first shot.
Looking for control. They haven't had control right from the faceoff. Mark Messier won the faceoff, and the Rangers have had the puck more than the Devils.
Now Larmer takes over, and he gets a shot, a weak one, albeit, but one at Martin Brodeur. Now Down will try it. There's Zelafukin and Lemieux. Puck along the boards. Driver to Lemieux. Takes the shot, cross ice. Albeline doesn't get through. Back out to center. 12 minutes left, third period, and a half minute to go in the power play for New Jersey.
Devils set that up for Tommy Albeline. They had good traffic in front. All he has to do is get it by the first guy, and he couldn't get it by Essetikinen.
Here's Dow. His pass intercepted by Bukavu. At the point, Driver. And again, Leach picks off a pass up to Matteau, 2-on-2 with Nemchina. And they just clear it in as Kovalev returns to the ice. Standing O at MSG.
Bill Garrett.
Well, what's been changed on this, folks? No, we don't know who the new will be. But we can tell you that the starting time has been revised, and the game will start at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 o'clock Pacific. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Vancouver against one of the two fine hockey clubs. It should be the Stanley Cup Finals.
And the goaltending will be equally as good. Kirk McLean has been on such a roll for the Vancouver Canucks, and no matter who the Canucks play, they're going to be looking at top-quality goaltending.
Minutes, 58 seconds left in the third period, and so far the goal by Brian Leach in the second holding up for New York. Niedermeyer handed it away to Gilbert. Greg Gilbert putting it in the goal crease. Richer around the board, lifted again by Gilbert, and now New Jersey. Long pass, the length of the ice, Richter playing it. Dumping it into the corner. There's Holik for New Jersey. Tied up by Anderson. McKay works it free. Richer can't come up with it. Cleared out to center, and here's a break for Nemchinov. Nemchinov the shot to Brodeur. Down to make the stop. Stefan Richer on the move. Trying to get by Zubov. Puts it in front. Lowe cleared it away. Now Richer gets the stick on it again. Stevens from a bad angle. The leg out to center. Almost a break for New York. Niedermeyer got back.
John Bear trying to create some offense. Double shifting Stefan Richer. Had him out there with Randy McKay and Bobby Holik on that one.
9 minutes, 45 seconds to go, third period. 1-0 New York. Stevens in deep. Belted by Matteau. Farmer along the boards. Can't come up with it. It's Zelepukin turning back for New Jersey. Zelepukin to the line. Tikkanen helping out. Guerin reaching for it. Puck in the air. There's a shot wide. Rebound in front. Kicked out by Richter. Here's another chance for Guerin. Trying to center it against Leach, who makes the defensive play. Alvaline at the line. Kept it in. Here's a shot. Guerin redirected. Another big stop. The only shots New Jersey gets are good ones on Mike Richter, who's made all the saves so far. Under 9 minutes left, and a flurry by New Jersey. But the Devils come up empty. Mike Richter standing tall for New York.
Is this your average wave? Is this your average beer? Molson Special Dry with the original dry brew taste. Now with a special new look. The next step in the evolution of beer. Molson Special Dry. It just could be the best beer ever brewed. Anytime, anywhere. Catch one.
On every road, chances are you'll find a Chrysler Magic Wagon.
Are we there yet?
Maybe it's because we introduced the world's first minivan.
Are we there yet?
Or that we were the first to offer child safety seats and standard door airbags.
The dog has got to go.
Are we there yet?
All we know for sure is we created Canada's most popular minivan.
Okay, everybody.
By continuously asking one question. Are we there yet?
Perfect.
Mike Richter, Game 7, no jitters in the Ranger net. Bill Garrett shoots one, just goes wide. The rebound comes out off the skate. Richter with the left toe, kicks that one out, and then on a deflection. Richter gets down, over, the deflection comes by, and Richter's right there to make the save.
Bernie Nichols against Messier, and the Ranger captain wins the faceoff. Richier's back out there for the Devils with McLean and Nichols. Nichols and Messier to the boards. It's Tikkanen with a shot. Bad save by Brodeur. Larmer in. Tikkanen after McKay. Battle along the boards. And now the Devils work it loose. Here's McKay out at center ice. Knocked down by Tikkanen. That toe turn.
Rangers doing a good job on their forecheck. Two forecheckers with one man high, and the Devils having problems getting out of their own zone.
Another case of it there as Graves caused the turnover. Let's see if Holik can get loose. A hit off the stick of Richer. McKay trying to burst in. McKay can't get the shot away. Richter reaching for it. But Kevin Lowe sprawled on the ice. Holik along the board. Boy, a real pile up there as the fight for the puck continues. And they'll tie it up long enough for a face-off. We're down to 5:55 left. 1-0 New York.
On every road, chances are you'll find a Chrysler Magic Wagon.
Are we there yet?
Maybe it's because we introduced the world's first minivan.
Are we there yet?
Or that we were the first to offer child safety seats and standard door airbags.
The dog has got to go.
Are we there yet?
All we know for sure is we created Canada's most popular minivan.
Okay, everybody.
By continuously asking one question. Are we there yet?
Perfect.
In an ongoing research project to determine the ultimate beverage, I'm isolating superstar model Cindy Crawford in a Pepsi deprivation chamber.
I'll do anything for science.
We're allowing Cindy a wide range of beverages, but not a single solitary drop of Pepsi. You're here. You'll be all right. Cindy, how do you feel?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm dying for a Pepsi.
Conclusive scientific proof. Pepsi is the ultimate beverage.
Now, when it's cliffhanger, as the cliche goes, is all over, we'll have our Molson 3-star selection for you. And we have said it before, and I'll say it again. Brian Leach has been outstanding for the Rangers right from the first shift of the hockey game tonight here in New York.
He's been a physical presence tonight, too. He's thrown his weight around and right back out there again to the bench for the break. Nice little rest, and Leach getting more ice time along with Mark Messier.
Quite a roar here at Madison Square Garden, and many of the fans on their feet again. And here's a 2-on-1. Graves and Kovalev against Stevens. Graves shooting at Brodeur. Makes the stop. And Stevens stares down Graves.
Tommy Oveline pinched in to create that 2-on-1. We wondered when Jacques Lemaire would tell his defenseman to start taking some chances. Rick Bowness was talking about it. How much patience he could have. Oveline's out of the picture. He pinched in. Scott Stevens plays this one perfectly. Stays in the middle, gets the stick down, turns, makes Graves shoot from a bad angle, and Martin Brodeur makes the easy save.
And before it's too late, we'd like to acknowledge the outstanding work of the Senator of the Telestrators throughout these playoffs. It's been a lot of fun working with Rick Bowness, and we wish him well with the Ottawa Senators next season.
Hearty seconds from the rest of the crew upstairs.
Yes, yes. That's true. We wish the Senators well. Hope they can get off to a good start. Build from there.
5:42 to go. Gilbert trying to come out in front. Broken up by Stevens. Out to center. Leach there again. Anderson turns and sends it right back in, but from his own side of center. And icing is the call.
We're seeing some good goaltending here tonight, but I tell you, fellas, 19 years ago tonight, May 27, 1975, there was some terrific goaltending at the Auditorium in Buffalo, New York. Bernie Perron of the Philadelphia Flyers became a back-to-back Conn Smythe Trophy winner. The Flyers won the Stanley Cup that night. Bernie blanked the Buffalo Sabres 2-0. And the Flyers won their second straight Stanley Cup. There was a very emotional moment in that game. As the third period was winding down, the fans in Buffalo saluted him by chanting, "Bernie, Bernie." You don't hear that too often. Bobby Orr had won it twice before. Marion won back-to-back in the 90s. A great goaltender and a great night.
Mike Richter was 9 years old when Bernie Perron won the Conn Smythe, and Richter grew up As Bernie Perrott is his hero. Here's Kovalev at the line, but offside was the call.
And the way Bernie Perrott played, you look at goaltenders and you describe their styles. You describe it by saying the guy plays like Bernie Perrott.
Yeah, that's right. Should Mike Richter win tonight, that number keeps coming up. It would be win number 54 of the year.
And Mike Richter would surpass our buddy John Davidson for the most playoff wins in one season by a Ranger goaltender. He's tied at 11. And if he should win tonight, it'll be win number 12 for Mike Richter.
Scott Stevens logged a lot of ice time in this third period. Back out again, Zelapukin, Lemieux, and Dowd up front. And we now have exactly 5 minutes left in the third period. Still 1-0 Rangers. Alvaline clears it in. Zelapukin first man to the puck. Fed it back, but they were changing the fence, but Niedermeyer hadn't got to the point yet. Dumps it in. He'll head to the bench. Niedermeyer spinning away from the forecheck of Larmer. And Jim Dowd now. Clears it in deep. 4.5 minutes to go. Tikkanen with some room to move it out. Far side, Matteau. And into the Devil zone. Shots are 28-21. In favor of New York. Greg McTavish got a good read on this game. First intermission interview, he called the low-scoring game, and maybe the first goal would be enough. Here's Richer, and Nichols going deep into the zone. All around the boards to Tikkanen. Slowly up with 3 minutes, 42 seconds to go. And the Rangers changing it up again. And the Devils just can't break out.
Good forechecking by the Rangers, keeping everything to the outside.
Leaked around the boards. Driver got a stick on it. It got to Kovalev. Messier in the corner. Couldn't handle the bouncing puck. It's flipped ahead to Chorsky. Out to McLean. Leaked quickly on him. 3:10 left. Third period. And only Brian leaked his goal on the scoreboard. And it just gets louder and louder at MSG. Doug Lidster hands it away, and Stevens now will send it in. Lemieux goes after it against Gilbert. Puck behind the net. Demchinov is there. Off the boards, kept in by Stevens. Flipped the shot into the corner. Lemieux along the boards. And New York able to clear again. 2.5 minutes left. Here's Dowd. Zelapukin breaking, but one hand on the stick. Anderson was hooking at him. Puck cleared in. Dowd gets there first against Zubov. Garrett helping out in the corner. Richer awaiting a loose puck, but the Rangers are out with it. Tikkanen tripped up by Richer. Play continued, and 2:02 left. Tikkanen dumps it in, another change, and Tikkanen and Garrett exchange slashes. Hands on their feet, under 2 left.
Devils just can't get any control. The Rangers are winning all the battles along the board.
McLean swats at it. Rangers up with it again. It's leaked up to center. Here's Tikkanen. Moving in. The shot goes wide. On the far side, Kovalev. 90 seconds left. And a steal for Richer. He can't get loose. Alvaline can't get it past Leaf. And it's Stevens. Everybody on their feet at Madison Square Garden. Puck out of play. 1 minute, 11 seconds left.
right here. You'll find guaranteed low prices at your Canadian Tire store every day. If you find a better price anywhere, we'll match it. Guaranteed.
The players haven't let up, the fans haven't let up, and those of us on the television crew in the broadcast booth would like to salute our production crew because they haven't let up at all. Ron Harrison, our executive producer, and indeed our leader for 20 games now in the eastern part of the National Hockey League playoffs. Ed Milliken, our director, Ronaldo de Cesare. And these people have kept a degree of excellence right from the first game of our first series, and we salute them because it's not easy, especially in the games on the road. CBC executive producer, Doug Stellar.
Martin Brodeur has left the net with 1 minute to go. Open net, Devils keep it in. Zelepukin across. Niedermeyer racing for it, but Messier got a stick on it. Down the ice it goes. Zelepukin touching and icing the call exactly 48 seconds ago. And Mike Keenan's got a beat because they thought that went off the stick of Zelepukin. And icing should have been waived.
And I would agree with them, although they were a lot closer to it than we are here. John, the Devils haven't had a shot on goal in about 4 minutes. I don't think they've even directed a shot on goal in about 4 minutes. Neither team, I don't think, has a timeout left.
The Senator and the Telestrator demonstrated it in Game 4 how the Devils kept everything along the boards. Well, that's what the Rangers have done here in the third period. They've kept everything along the boards. The Devils haven't been able to gain any sort of control in the middle or go to the middle.
In the first game of this series, this was a situation in this building, and the Devils scored. Claude Lemieux got one. With about 20 seconds left in regulation time, and Stéphane Richer won it in the second overtime period. And here we are in Game 7. It's the same scenario, almost.
Nichols marking instructions with Guerin, McLean, Lemieux up front. Nichols against Messier on this critical draw. Stevens at the point will keep it in. Puck along the boards, and now Nichols, far side. Lemieux behind the net. Lukeboom outsprints him for the puck, but it's kept in by Driver. Lukeboom can't declare and does. Will it have enough for icing? They do call icing with 24 seconds to go, and the Ranger fans thought that could have been played sooner.
Rolling puck, and the Devils got a favorable roll at this time of the game. Had that not been on end, there's no way that would have gone all the way down. You talked about Game 1, Dick. Well, Sergei Zubov's not on the ice with Brian Leach in this one. It's Jeff Lukeboom patrolling the front of the net.
Once again, it's Nichols and Messier on the hot seat as Martin Brodeur cools off. Puck tied up with the draw. Comes to Nichols. Shot on Richter, and he makes the save. And a quick whistle. Richter wanted to play it so they wouldn't have to deal with the face-off, but with 16.4 seconds left, they'll have another draw in the Ranger zone.
Devils are complaining the slow home ice clock here. They think about 2 extra seconds went off the clock on that whistle. It's hard to hear the whistle. You can't blame the timekeeper on this one. Saved by Richter. Whistle by Bill McCreary, and did the clock run down? That's what the Devils are complaining about, and that's the hold-up now.
McCreary and about 4 hockey players skated over to the timers bench, which is directly below us. It was 24 even, I believe, when they dropped the puck. It seemed like all of that took almost 8 seconds.
Great finish to an epic series. Battle of the Lincoln Tunnel coming down to this. Nichols with words for Richer, and now to Stevens. Boy, it's almost been a saw-off these last 2 face-offs between the veterans, Nichols and Messier, once traded for each other. And there's still a problem. Jacques Lemaire wants time put on the clock.
Or I'll set to drop the puck, and Kevin Collins, who was the linesman back on the play, blew his whistle.
Bill McCreary's on the phone. Brian Lewis is here from the league.
And longtime referee Dave Newell has been the official supervisor of this series for the National Hockey League. Now you saw it on the clock, 16.4. The Devils continue to complain, and maybe as they were lined up to drop the puck, you wondered if maybe one of the supervisors called down and had them stop the game for another look. All right, we are 16.4 seconds right now, and the clock away from the question mark becoming Y-O-R-K. But there's confusion here about the time clock. Yes, they put it back to 18.6 from 16.4. The Devils gain a couple of valuable seconds.
Now we're ready, and from the face-off, tied up again behind the net. Boom around the board. Schreiber has moved in. Warmer and him centered it. Side of the net. They bang away and score! Devils have tied it!
Bill McCreary just got bumped by Mike Richter, and Richter better be careful, or he might not be around for the overtime. Valerie Zelepukin was poking away at the side. And the Devils, poised and confident, that's the words they were using to describe their team, getting the kind of respect that they deserve.
Not all the ghosts have been exercised yet.
Claude Lemieux throws it out. Zelepukin has a crack at it. It's under Mike Richter, and a second shot. What a save by Richter on the first one. I couldn't believe he got the first one. Zelepukin, the shot. Richter gets the left leg on the first one and then has two cracks at it. And got the second one by him.
1952. Time of the goal. Brodeur will hold it long enough. Unbelievably, we're headed for overtime in Game 7, thanks to the goal by Valerie Zelepukin.
Well, we tried to set that up, John, going back to Game 1 with the goaltender out. But I'll tell you, the Devils had terrific intensity on those face-off situations.
Bernie Nichols did a good job tying up Mark Messier, and as you say, the hunger and the eagerness for the Devils to compete in the last minute along the boards, on the face-offs, and in front of Mike Richter. Zelepukin hung right in.
In that last sequence of plays, through the last minute after Roger had been taken out, they had 3 shots on goal, the third one going in. In 5 minutes before that, they'd had none.
Zelepukin gets the goal. It's his third of the series, 5th overall. Here's another look. Claude Lemieux the assist with 7.7 seconds to go. Folks, we're headed to overtime in Game 7.
Hey, this new Pepsi Max is really something, huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it tastes of regular cola and a third of the calories.
I'll grab that for a second.
Yeah, sure. What are you doing? I want to see if they filled it up a third.
Can't you just enjoy the taste
It's
without...
the only way to explain this calorie thing.
You're not going to open it, are you?
Oh, don't worry. You see, the lower pressure created by the chilling will keep the expansionary forces of the carbon dioxide at bay.
Who's going to open it?
It's elementary.
New Pepsi Max.
Oh, jeez.
All the taste, 1/3 the calories.
To us, it was a challenge to totally reshape what you expect from domestic transportation. 5 all-new models with safety, design, and performance equal to cars costing twice as much. After all, just because you're on a budget doesn't mean you have to drive an ordinary car. The shape of things to come from Chevrolet.
Chris Lambert is the kind of grandparent that likes getting up at 5 a.m. to help coach the grandson's hockey team. Kellogg's Special K. Chris starts out each morning with the Kellogg's Special K breakfast. The Special K breakfast is high in protein, and protein helps build and repair your body's tissues.
Okay, Chris, let's wrap it up.
Did your equipment play in the NHL?
The Kellogg's Special K breakfast, high in protein.
Welcome back to Madison Square Garden in New York. The New Jersey Devils have tied it with 7.7 seconds left. This game is now 1-1, Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Final between the Devils and the New York Rangers. This game has gone to overtime twice, double overtime. In the first game, Stepan Richer scored the double overtime goal to win it for the New Jersey Devils. And in game number 3 on May 19th, it was Stéphane Matteau who scored for the New York Rangers. The puck comes in front of the net in front of Martin Brodeur, and Matteau scores. The Rangers win it 2 overtimes, and it is going to overtime for a 3rd time in the Eastern Conference Final. Mike Hudson of the Rangers not dressed tonight. This is too much to take. What's it like for you watching it on the sidelines? Are you disappointed? First of all, you obviously have to be.
Well, of course we are. We thought we had that game and well, that period, but you know, it's up for grabs. There's nothing you can do about it. They scored. We just have to move on right now.
What about the emotion in this building right now, Mike? The fans were up chanting. They've been that way a lot of the night. This obviously means so much.
Yeah, the New York fans have been pretty good to us all year. They've given us a lot of breaks, and I hope tonight we can pull it out for them. It's going to be tough, though. New Jersey's played well. This is a first-place team against a second-place team, so you knew it was going to be close. But this overtime is going to be really close.
Now, the last time I talked to you about overtime, you gave us the great answer. You said it's going to be Brian Noonan, your teammate, on a dump-in. I'll get you to pick another one tonight. Don't say Brian Noonan again, but who will you pick tonight?
Brian's hurting, so I'm not going to take him. I'm going to take Adam Graves.
Adam Graves.
Playing a tough game in front of the net.
All right. Now, let me ask you one more question. That's about your position. You're not dressed. How do you feel about that? What's a player feel like when he's not dressed? It's a really difficult situation out there.
I tell you, it's probably a lot easier to play the game than to watch the game for a player. But, you know, with such a lineup we have right now, and after my suspension, Keenan made a couple of trades, got a couple other players. So it's tough, but there's nothing I can do, but I can wait and hope to go in. That's all, really.
All right, Michael, good luck to you, and thanks for coming by.
Thanks.
Mike Hudson of the New York Rangers, and all he can do now is wait to find out if his Rangers are going to the Stanley Cup Final. What we do know is that the Vancouver Canucks are in against the new question marks, and the Devils have made that so much tougher to decide because we are going to overtime. The game is tied 1-1. We're at Madison Square Garden in New York, again, heading for overtime in the Eastern Conference Final. Stay tuned for more on Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC.
Some things are better together, including oats, raisins, coconut, and almonds. Together they become the crunchy clusters of goodness you can only find in Quaker Harvest Crunch.
When it comes to my family, I look for a fashion store that I can trust. And for me, that's Sand. I love their selection, all those bright new styles. And for the kids, Sand carries all the right brands at guaranteed low prices. So our first choice is always Sand, even for picky shoppers. That's you, Bill. It's always the same story. Terrific selection, value, and service every day at Sand.
Sand, Canada's family clothing store.
Bank of Montreal believes that medical research can unlock the mysteries to childhood disease. Please join the Children's Hospital Research Foundation's family. Watch and give to the Children's Miracle Telethon.
Take one.
For 8 o'clock. We're going to see some fairly rapid changes at this point for that hour with the complete sports gas.
Rescue crews of almost 800,000 Palestinians.
Live, up to the minute, CBC Morning News, weekdays on most of these CBC stations.
These will give you the world's closest shave. They're called microfilms, and they're only on the new Gillette Sensor XL. These microfilms precede the blades. As Sensor XL's spring-mounted blades adjust to your face, these soft, flexible fins gently stretch your skin, so your beard stands up for the closest, most comfortable shave ever. Get closer. Get the new Gillette Sensor XL.
My greatest achievement is just still being alive in this business. Surviving failure, surviving success. I'm a split personality. I love the theater, and I love the urgency of a rock concert. Membership Rewards is such a diversified program. Every time you use your American Express card, you're creating points. I use my points to go golfing. That's pure music to my ears.
Use your points at Donald's concerts and other places of note.
Welcome back to Manhattan, Madison Square Garden, where we are going to overtime. The New Jersey Devils and the New York Rangers tied at 1, and here is the reason why we're going to overtime. The Rangers a scant 8 seconds away from the Stanley Cup final, and Valery Zelepukin is parked on the doorstep, Mike Richter's doorstep. He bangs it home with 7.7 seconds left to tie this game at 1 and send it to overtime. Well, this is almost too much to take. All the fans here at Madison Square Garden would tell you that. Right now, to comment on this overtime, let's head upstairs and join our two analysts, Dick Irvin and John Jarrett.
Well, I don't know if you're ready for this, folks, but during the second intermission, one of the statisticians here at Madison Square Garden told me that the last time the New York Rangers won a playoff game by a score of 1-0 was on March the 26th, 1940. Well, they were 7.7 seconds away from doing it 54 years later. It looked like maybe the world was going to unfold for them as per 1940. Didn't work out. But it was a bit of a shocking end, John. It wasn't the case of the Devils having to catch up and storming through, say, the last half of the period.
Well, it wasn't like Game 1 where the Devils were carrying some of the play and the Rangers were on their heels a little bit before they got that big goal at the end. This time the Devils were doing nothing. 5 minutes, you mentioned it, 5 minutes without a shot, no control at all. And yet they win the key face-off, and they're such a trying team. You said the two best teams in the NHL. The Devils just wouldn't quit. They kept coming and coming, even in the last minute.
You know, the Rangers were dominating, and you really maybe have to wonder, you look for little things at a time like this. That delay about the time clock, that might have helped the Devils. You can say that now, but you just kind of wonder.
And the couple of icings that were almost questionable icings. The one rolled down for an icing call. The other one looked like Zelepukin might have got a stick on it. They're both called. Brian Leach, who has played just an outstanding game, and then on that goal, he doesn't take the man, he's fishing for the puck. Mike Richter, he looked unbeatable tonight. No matter what they threw at him, they weren't going to get a sniff. And then at the end, 2 cracks, and it's in.
Psychologically, you have to wonder, is this a crusher for the Rangers?
I would have to think that here they are, they've played an outstanding game, played such a solid third period, and yet now here they go into overtime. The Devils are the team that has used more players, and yet the Rangers are at home, and they have all that experience. So it's really a tough one to call.
So Game 7 winds down just the way it did back in Game 1, going into overtime between the New York Rangers and the New Jersey Devils. A 1-1 tie at the end of 3 periods. The Devils tied with 7.7 seconds left. Our Stanley Cup overtime coverage continues in just a moment.
Behold Emily Carr, painter, about to encounter the force that will consume her life.
How tightly they sealed their secrets from me, humble and pleading before the great trees, awaiting the invitation from the Spirit to come meet me halfway. Nothing is still now. Everything is alive. At last, I knew I must see through the eye of the totem itself, the mythic eye of the forest.
Seldom able to live by her brush, before she died in 1945, Emily Carr was in the first rank of Canadian painters.
This is my country. What I want to express is here, and I love it. Amen.
He was one of the thousands of Canadian soldiers who stormed the beaches of Normandy.
I thought if he lasted 6 months, it'd be a miracle.
You could tell me what to do, and if I didn't like it, I did it my way.
Charlie Martin remembers the day that marked the beginning of the end of World War II.
I look at the men in my boat. I realize that some of us will soon be dead.
We were young and foolish, but we were invincible.
A personal look at D-Day. Battle Diary, a day in the life of Charlie Martin, June 5th on CBC. Every day at factories like this, products like this motor oil are packaged. Some with the MotoMaster Formula 2000 label, some with another famous label. The idea being people pay more for a national brand name. But when you buy MotoMaster oil at Canadian Tire, you get national brand quality that costs less. MotoMaster Formula 2000 meets the same new SH performance standards, just like Quaker State, Castrol, Valvoline, and other national brands. You simply can't buy a higher-rated motor oil. MotoMaster, quality automotive products for a lot less.
Automobile accidents are the leading cause of childhood deaths and serious injuries in Canada.
Many of these tragedies could be prevented through the correct use of child safety seats and seat belts, and yet up to 8 out of 10 are installed or used improperly. Please join us at participating Esso stations on Saturday, June the 11th, and for every liter of gasoline sold, we'll donate 2 cents to Safe Kids Canada. And pick up our brochure on the proper use of child safety seats, because at Esso, we believe all our kids should be safe kids.
Welcome back to the Eastern Conference Championship Series between the New Jersey Devils and the New York Rangers. We're going to overtime in game number 7. This one is tied 1-1. Mike Richter denied his 5th playoff shutout, and it came right at the bitter end of the 3rd period of play. Valery Zelepukin scores the goal with 7.7 seconds left, and here are the New York Rangers heading back onto the ice to try and recover from what has been a devastating rally by the New Jersey Devils in this Eastern Conference Championship. Mark Messier on the ice now for the New York Rangers, played such a great role in winning game number 6, 4-2, the hat trick. Adam Graves heading out into the ice. And Rick Donis joins me now in the studio. You think the coaches have got a problem in this overtime? Look at this. We're out by the hallway, and one of the technical guys cuts the cable by mistake. Anyway, we got our problems here on Hockey Night in Canada as well. But we're recovering. Now, what do the coaches tell their players? What can you do as a coach in this situation?
That problem is nothing compared to what's facing these two coaches. Well, fortunately for Mike Keaton, he has a whole lot of experience. We've talked about that the whole series in that dressing room. And now it's when they need those guys to step to the forefront. Guys like Messier and Anderson and Lowe, they've got to step into that room with Keaton and calm things down and refocus them and get them playing the way they did for most of that period. Jacques Lemaire, on the other hand, has got to step forward and say, guys, we have got to start this period the way we ended it, with all the emotion and all the adrenaline going our way. They cannot afford to play this period or start this overtime like they played that last period, because they did not generate any offense. They've got to take that adrenaline, the emotion, and take it out onto the ice and get something going early. Jump on the Rangers and hope the Rangers are down.
You know, I don't want to ask you to pick a player on either team who might score, but how about picking a strength for each team? First, for the Rangers, what's their strength in a situation like this?
Speed and pressure, and they've got to turn the tables, and they've got to go right after the New Jersey Devils. They've got to show the Devils that goal did not slow them up. The Devils, the whole playoff, has shown discipline and poise. Well, throw that out the window and go for it here. There's a lot at stake, and take that again. Take the emotion of that big goal and go after them.
Esatikainen scored a big goal in 1991, 7th game overtime, that being for the Edmonton Oilers. There is Jacques Lemaire. Now a strength for the Devils. They have a team that's not as experienced in the playoffs as the Rangers, but they do have their strengths.
Well, they do. I mean, they scored 309 goals during the regular season, so they can score goals, and they're also very confident with the way they play defense. So they know if they play their defensive game that they're not going to give up a lot of chances, but they've got to use the offense that they have. They're a great scoring team, but they've got to open it up a little bit.
Claude Lemieux of the New Jersey Devils now scored a goal, Game 7, 1986. That was the year the Montreal Canadiens won the Stanley Cup. Now it's the Devils and the Rangers to overtime. Let's go upstairs to Chris Dick and John.
A remarkable night here in New York. And an epic series continues between Jacques Lemaire's New Jersey Devils, Mark Messier's New York Rangers, into overtime with the fans revving it back up again. Do you believe in jinxes?
Do you think Mike Richter has had time to calm down after his emotional outburst? He ran into Bill McCreary, and McCreary was very cool about it all. Paid no attention, just skated over to the box and put the Jersey goal up.
Away we go. Overtime in Game 7. It doesn't get better than this. Messier, Kovalev, and Graves are up front for the New York Rangers against Kortsky, Lemieux, and Carpenter. And offside the call at the line, 18 seconds in.
Kovalev out with Messier and Graves. Not how the game started. Glenn Anderson was on this line. Mike Keenan trying to generate some offense early. The ice has been a lot better here than it was in Game 5. Not as humid outside.
Chris, you and I were in a broadcast booth last year in the playoffs when a division final, remember the Patrick division, folks, was decided. Game 7 in OT in Pittsburgh.
David Polek with the winning goal there, which ended the Stanley Cup reign of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Stanley Cup dreams will end for one team tonight.
If you're going to compare that game to this game, the one I can think of right away is the Penguins were the regular season champions last year. The Rangers this year. Here they are on home ice. I said before, here are the two teams that have the two top records in the National League in the long, long regular season. And it's fitting, perhaps, that they would decide it between themselves in this match.
Mike Keenan has sent Mark Messier's line right back out. They got a line change, and now up against the Nichols line. Messier, Kovalev, and Graves are out. See if the Devils can match them up or whether they'll try and get another line change. Kovalev takes his man down hard. Leach at the point. Takes the shot. Ryan Leach puts it in front, and it's off the stick of Brodeur out of play.
Again, Brian Leach creating some offense from the point. You can't afford to stick check Brian Leach. Bill Guerin learned that on the Ranger goal. Alexei Kovalev with a good solid hit on Bruce Driver at the elbow in the back of his head. But you can't go to Brian Leach and wave the stick. He'll beat you every time. There making a change. Larry Robinson comes over to give Driver a pat on the back.
Denisov pushes it ahead. It's Chorsky up to Carpenter. Delapukin on the line now as well. Denisov. Delapukin. Delapukin moving in, and he's checked by Zubov. Ryan Noonan for New York trying to get it out. Dowd kept it in at the line. Took a hit from Nemchinov. And now Sergei Zubov. By Dowd. Richet's on the ice. Niedermeyer off the boards. And now the Rangers. Glenn Anderson on the move. Anderson puts it in front, and the Devils will turn. It's down with Richet. Here's Stefan Richet, already 2 overtime goals this year, tied up by Zubov. Down in front. John McClain couldn't reach it. Albalade with the shot wide. Couldn't keep it in, and it's Messier starting back. Anderson streaking on right wing, but Fetisov intercepted. Zubov to Messier. Here's Mark Messier, shot right on. 2 seconds shy of 2 minutes into overtime.
Martin Brodeur, perfect position, off the chest again. Rangers on a line change. Had a 3-on-2, turned into a 2-on-2. Messier takes the shot. Martin Brodeur, perfect position again. It's right in the NJ.
Rangers 1-1 in overtime. Both games in this series. Devils 2-3. The Devils have never won an overtime game at the Meadowlands, so they're probably more comfortable here right now. From the draw, Bukaboom's high shot. Brodeur covers, no rebound.
Get to overtime, throw the puck at the net and hope you get a bounce. You know, Bukaboom just flicked that one at Martin Brodeur.
That rush he made, John Richet, I thought he could have fired the puck when he seemed to be in a fairly decent position. Elected to make the little stick handling move through the legs, didn't work.
They played down, could have had a wraparound try. He tried to set up John McClain.
On the face-off, there's a backhand on Brodeur, and he covers again. Close call, Adam Graves.
That one almost snuck through Martin Brodeur. He started to go down, stood up, squeezed the legs, made the save. Changed centerman. Bernie Nichols comes out to try his luck. Mark Messier was beating Bobby Carpenter.
Well, Nichols did a great job in that final minute on the face-off. Messier beat him that time. It rolled to Brodeur. Devils send it the length of the ice. Bukaboom back to touch it and icing the call.
Crowd who are on the linesmen for their icing calls against the Rangers now give them a big cheer for that one against the Devils.
2:16 gone in overtime, and already the Rangers have been credited with 5 shots to none for New Jersey.
Oh, another wave of cheering fans going up here. What a roar. Leach at the point. This shot ricochets into the corner. After it, Albalade chopping it. Messier looking to center, can't get it by Nichols. Nichols doesn't get it by Leach. Another chance. And it's off the board.
and Kevin Collins goes down.
Another look at the two overtime goals, both in double overtime. Game 1, it was Richer as Adam Graves was caught back trying to play defense, and it goes up off the stick of Richter and into the net. And then in Game 3, a close-in chance for Stéphane Matteau. This is at the Meadowlands, and the Rangers win the second overtime game in this series. And now we are into the third as the Matteau backhand gets through Brodeur. Now, who will it be like this before this one's over?
Doing his Mike Foligno imitation and Claude Lemieux throwing his stick into the board.
Guerin right in front of his net. Backhands it to the line, kept in by Zubov. Matteau can't reach that one. Danico lost it. Here's Matteau's side of the net, turned back by Crawford. Matteau to Tikkanen. Steve Larmer. Lift by Danico. Matteau backhands wide. Almost an overtime hero again. Delapukin's cross-ice pass cut off by Larmer, who throws it back in. Danico off the boards. And the Devils slow out of the gates in overtime. Zubov knocks his man down, and now out to center ice. Leach and Zubov together. Tikkanen, Larmer, Matteau up front. 3.5 minutes into the overtime session. Delapukin. Bukaboom ahead to Nemchinov. Noonan jumping up on the play. Here's Nemchinov's shot. That's deflected high. Nemchinov's side of the net. Brodeur down. And he covers up.
Boy, John, we wondered during the intermission break about the Rangers and their poise and the effect that the late tying goal would have on them. You got to give them credit. They've come out here with a lot of poise, a lot of zip, and they have definitely dominated the overtime.
And Cheetah takes a shot, and it's bounced by Ken Danico and Brian Noonan going to the net. Nemchinov tried to pull it out. Martin Brodeur gets the big left hand out to make the save. The Rangers have really been aggressive. Their defensemen have been pitching. They've controlled the boards and kept the Devils hemmed in. Devils don't mind this patient icing game, but you can't keep letting the Rangers have shot after shot on net, because one of them will take a bad bounce and go in.
Anxious faces at the Devils bench as New York wins the draw. Noonan can't find it in his skates. Nemchinov battling against McKay. Third around to the near side. And the Devils get it out to center ice. Fedosov. The defenseman. Pass McKay. Kept in. There's a weak shot by Leach to the corner. Noonan in the corner. He's tripped up by Fedosov. Gilbert after it. Rangers hemming New Jersey in until Torski gets it out. Greg Gilbert on the ice was involved in that 4 overtime game. Game 7, Washington and the Islanders, 87. The lead pass to Holik. Behind Torski. Now Torski clears it in, and New Jersey makes a wholesale change. Lemieux, Nichols, McLean out for the Devils. As we approach the 5-minute mark of the first overtime period, and here's Messier. Trying to move in. Mark Messier puts it out in front. Bouncing puck to Brodeur.
Just throwing it at the net. Adam Graves there, but Scott Stevens and Bernie Nichols do a good job on Graves in front. Stevens stays in front, good position, takes his man. Messier spins around, just throws it a couple of bounces, and Martin Brodeur picks it up. So tempting to chase that forward in behind the net, but Scott Stevens did a good job, stayed out in front, good defensive position, able to make the play.
Vancouver Canucks awaiting the team that scores next in the 94 Stanley Cup Final. Lemieux, good job to kick it out after losing his stick. Here's Tikkanen clearing it right back in. Now the lead pokes it along the boards, and Leach is pitched
throw it into his feet and kick it up to his stick. One-on-one with Brian Leach. The 2-on-2. Claude Lemieux on Leach's side tries to beat him one-on-one. Well, tried to chip it off the boards and hit the linesman and put himself offside.
Seconds of overtime gone. And the chant starts up again. I think it's safe to say this may be the most talked about series in 54 years in New York. When it's all said and done. Here's Karen battling with Lowe along the boards. Messier clears it ahead to Graves. Kovalev can't take the pass. He'll get the high stick up on Driver. Driver stayed with the puck. And Driver got Kovalev back, and Kovalev could hurt. Gloves off, and the stick on the ice as well as Kovalev was bucked in the corner. But fortunate he didn't get the high sticking penalty. Still Guerin on the move. Hudson Bay rules in overtime. Madison Square Garden
hockey for sure. Kovalev had to stick right in Driver's face, and Driver retaliated away from the play and got away with it.
Offside, Stevens and Noonan are separated.
Kovalev on Driver from behind, stick right in the nose. No call. Kovalev goes in with Driver and then goes down as his shoulder rammed along the boards. That wasn't so much of a retaliation by Driver as just the way Kovalev went into the board. And he's got a shoulder problem. He is lucky he didn't get the high sticking penalty. He reached from behind and got Driver right under the nose.
Tikkanen, Larmer, Matteau against Dowd, Zelepukin, and Randy McKay. Jacques Lemaire even shortening the bench a little bit in overtime. A departure from most of the series when he's rolled the 4 lines over. Matteau being hounded by McKay. It comes back to Bukavu moving in. He's hit along the boards. Matteau trying to center it. Fedosov and Tikkanen behind the net. Essa Tikkanen with it. Leaves it for Larmer. Down watching him. Fedosov takes over. And he outlets to Zelepukin, the man who forced overtime. Leaves it for McKay. Jim down the rookie. Puts it behind the goal, and McTavish out on the left wing. Here come the Rangers. Brian Leach on the attack. Leach tries to check. Craig McTavish at the side of the net. He's checked it. Leach pushes it ahead to Richer. Here's 3 doubles. Richer and Abilene now. And Abilene rolled it through. Richter got a stick on it. Back comes Zubov. Good rush by Zubov. Sergei Zubov can't get the shot away. And it's Mike Peluso. Sending it right wide to Richer. Called on the 2-line pass.
3-on-2 for the Devils going one way, but Zelepukin was changing. Zubov with the Ranger rush, and he couldn't get by Scott Stevens.
This is the 5th time in Stanley Cup history, so they tell us that a semi-final game has gone into overtime to decide a team to go into the final. The last time, 1979, Yvon Lambert of Montreal against Boston. The 1968, Ron Schock of the St. Louis Blues scored against Minnesota. That's one of the greatest hockey games I ever saw. 1950, it was Leo Reese of the Detroit Red Wings eliminating Toronto. And in 1939, Mel Hill of the Boston Bruins eliminating the New York Rangers.
Eight minutes, 14 seconds gone in overtime. Here's Leach again. Checked by Chorsky. Kovalev is back on the ice. On right wing with Messier and Graves. Cross-ice pass. Leach has moved up. Graves behind the net. There's Messier. Hit by Carpenter. Kovalev behind the goal. Now Leach gets back to the point. Puck near the line. Kept in by Kovalev. And it goes to Niedermeyer. Niedermeyer chased back by Graves. To Tom Chorsky. Flips out to center ice.
The way Kovalev looked on the bench, did you think he was coming back there?
9 minutes gone in this overtime. Notice center Zubov. Pulls it back in. Here's a chance for Noonan on right wing. Ryan Noonan to the net. Nemchinov missed the rebound. Close call there.
There's another little shot at the net, and the Devils just aren't doing the same thing. The Rangers throwing everything at Martin Brodeur and hoping for a bounce.
Flipped high in the air by Niedermeyer. Trains bounce down to McLean. McLean looking to center, but Zubov was there. Devils were changing their defenseman. Stevens gets across and flips it high off the glass back in. Zubov gives it away. There's McLean putting it in front. Loose puck, Richer can't get a shot away. Anxious time in the New York zone. 10 minutes gone in the overtime as Nichols turns. Richer lost it, but the Devils get it back. It's McLean hitting the line. Takes the shot wide off the backboard. Nichols to the goal. Zubov in front of the net. Up ahead to Noonan. Greg Gilbert on left wing. Ridden off the play by Albaline. Got Stevens around for Dow. Takes the center for McLean. Rolling puck and the shot blocked by Leach. Here's a loose puck and Stevens. On it quickly. Anderson in his own zone. Around for Leach. Up ahead to Lidstrom. On the right side, Messier into New Jersey territory. Shot is blocked. And Dow sweeps the backhand down the ice. Bill Guerin giving chase. Richter out of the net. Here's Guerin trying to center it. Leach came back. Back to Belisov. Niedermeyer. His shot doesn't get through. Carpenter after it. Centers it. Chorsky down. Knocks it free. But the Rangers get a stick on it out to center. Now the Devils appear to be coming on a bit. Both Lemieux charging in. Leach off the boards, and it does come out to center, and there's Anderson turning. Glenn Anderson. Long shot. Gloved down by Brodeur. Looked like the Devils had too many men on the ice, and the fans were reacting. Lead pass for Chorsky, and now he'll complete their chain.
A chance by Bill Guerin came at the end of about a 2-minute shift by Brian Leach. He just couldn't get back.
Matteau moving in. Brodeur out of the net. Around the glass. Zubov at the point. His shot off Nichols to the corner. Janik goes out there with Driver. And they drop it past Zubov. Down the ice. Kevin Lowe going back to get it. Icing the call, New Jersey. 8:01 to go. First overtime period.
That may be the farthest any goalie's ever come out of a net in overtime in a semifinal 7th game. But the two goaltenders have put on quite a show here tonight. 35-26 the shot in favor of the Rangers. 7 for New York in the overtime. Just 2 for the New Jersey Devils.
Quality of shots, though, Dick, again, as the Devils, they don't shoot the puck from it all over the ice like the Rangers do. Mike Richter in the second period had only 5 saves, but 3 of them were just outstanding saves.
All right, there was a collective gasp from about 18,000 people here when Richter left the net here a moment ago. Right here.
Looks like Chris Osgood coming out against the San Jose Sharks. Richter having problems, but Brian Leach did get back in time to block that pass out.
Rangers win the faceoff. Back it comes to Zubov. Giving pass off his skate. Kovalev battling for it behind the net. Now Messier and Albaline go to the boards. Carpenter right behind. Graves up with it. His shot doesn't get through. Devils can't clear it. Up the
the next name added to this list, as we mentioned, semifinals in OT in Game 7. And we're still waiting for the answer to our night-long quiz. The new Who will be going against the Vancouver Canucks in this part of the NHL map. Tuesday night, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific, Game 1 of the final.
Do the Canucks fly to Newark or LaGuardia?
Yep.
Deacon and Carpenter on the draw. Devils control. Stevens challenged by Larmer. Deacon kept it in. Long shot. That changed direction. Larmer with the rebound high. Deacon along the boards. Lost control and out to center comes. Leach in front of the New Jersey bench. Now it's knocked back in for Leach. Ahead to Matteau. Long shoot in. He'll go after the rebound and gets there before McKay. Tikkanen along the board, puts it behind the net. And there's Stevens. Richer out to center, 2-on-1. Holik with McKay. Here's McKay in front. Holik chopping at it. Richter down to make the save.
Jeff Bukaboom plays this one very well. Randy McKay goes wide. Brian Leach is trapped up ice. Bukaboom forces McKay wide, and the pass is right into Mike Richter. Richter gets the stick out. The Holik line has had some great chances. During the regular season, the three of them combined for a total of 29 goals. One of the reasons why right here, Bobby Holik, not much of a play on Mike Richter. Bukaboom forces that pass in close. Richter gets a stick out. Good, smart heads-up play by Mike Richter. And Bobby Holik didn't help. Didn't make it much easier for Randy McKay on the 2-on-1.
2-on-1 for the Devils. A glorious chance in overtime, but two players on the 2-on-1 who have yet to score in the playoffs. Look high and out of play.
And the Vancouver Canucks, looking in, can relate to all of this. They went into a series-deciding 7th game that extended through to overtime in their series with Calgary this year. And Pavel got the winning goal. Crowd a little more tentative, I think.
Yes. And Jacques Lemaire looks on. That's what Tikkanen talking about Game 6 and how much easier it would be playing on the road. I think the same situation holds true here for the Devils.
6:22 to go in this first overtime period. Long shoot in by Driver. And it's Doug Lidstrom. Up to Kovalev. Brodeur out of the net, leaves it for Danico around the boards. Messier was ducking, and it goes by everybody and down into the Rangers zone. This is a matchup we've seen all night. Messier, Kovalev, Graves against Carpenter, Jaworski, Lemieux. Kovalev works his way in. Lidster cheating down, and Jaworski took it away. Kovalev might get it back. He gets help from Danico. And the Devils up with the puck, get it out. Jaworski and Lemieux to the line. Lemieux's shot off Lidster. Lemieux behind the net, trying to center it. Now Down goes after it against Lidster. A big hit, and now Messier got by Stevens. But without the puck. Leach takes off, shot for Messier. Played offside, and the Rangers are changing.
That's one of the few times that the New Jersey defense is pinched in. Scott Stevens pinched in and almost got caught.
Kevin Lowe knocked down in the corner. Down after it against Tikkanen. And play whistle down low is picking up.
He and Bill Guerin went down the ice together very quickly. Kevin took a tumble and fell shoulder first, it seemed. May have been head first. It's hard to tell from our angle, and that's kind of blocking us. And hard to tell from that camera angle because it didn't quite get the collision between Kevin and the backboards. Here, take a look at it here.
He's pushed by Bill Guerin off balance, and Lowe goes down, bangs his head into the boards, his right shoulder. Being talked to by Dave Smith, the Ranger trainer.
Playing in his 186th game tonight. Here's Guerin.
Kevin Lowe tries to block his fall with his right arm and shoulder, but his head goes crashing into the board.
Looks like he'll be okay. Kevin passing Denny Potvin on the all-time games list for the playoffs for defensemen.
Face burst into the boards by the look of it. Kind of across the bridge of the nose and just above his eye.
.451 left in overtime. Guess it's more to the point to say they played 15 minutes and 9 seconds of overtime. Hopefully Kevin's all right. Shaken up definitely, though.
Skated off by himself. He's checked from behind, pushed into the boards by Bill Guerin, and his head goes into the board. He was off balance when he was pushed by Guerin, and down he went. And he's being attended to now.
Have a regulation time call?
Probably. Maybe not in the semifinal 7th game.
From the face-off, Rangers up with it, and it's in Pina. On the right side, Brian Noonan. There's the drive. Brodeur handles that, but holds on.
Good coverage by the New Jersey defense. Brian Noonan from the boards almost with that shot. Martin Brodeur with the easy save.
Chinoff has had his moments tonight.
Talking things over with Noonan. He might have felt he was open. It was a semi 3-on-2. The Devils did have a checker coming back, but he wasn't there yet. Doctor talking with Kevin Lowe.
Tried to barge in. Devils control it. Now Leach the drive. That goes wide. Headed off to the line, but not out. Messier in behind the net. Looking to the center. Headed all over him. Bernie Nichols behind the goal. Up the board. Kukubo pinching. Kovalev shooting. And a big glove save by Martin Brodeur.
Good pressure by the Rangers. It all started on the face-off where Nichols tried a hand pass, went right out to the point man, and Kovalev with the wrist shot chance. Martin Brodeur with a quick left hand to make the save. Devils guilty of when they did get control, not shooting it hard around the boards and out. Kovalev with the chance, and Brodeur with a good save on a screen shot, and Kovalev shakes his head after that one. Everybody in anticipation of that good scoring chance, up and ready to go.
Okaboom shot, and that glove hand flips out again.
One of the questions going around today in New York, talk shows here at the Garden before the game, do you think the pressure will get to Martin Brodeur? He's answered it. And then some here tonight. He's feeling it, no doubt, but it's not a case of it getting to him.
The Rangers said they got a big lift from the Messier goal that was the worst one we've seen Brodeur let in this series, the backhand goal, and they felt, let's throw all the shots at Brodeur. Well, not tonight.
They've had 10 of them so far here in OT.
McTavish and Nichols dueling in the face-off circle. Both go down. Nichols tries to get his glove on it, tossed it ahead, and the Devils get it to center. Lemieux ties up Zubov, takes it to the glass. And then Pina. That's to Lidster. Doug Lidster playing in overtime in Game 7. It's his second game of the playoffs for the New York Rangers. Trying to help his team earn a spot in the final against his old team. Zubov ahead, pass cut off by McLean, ahead to Richer. Here's Richer, big period. And Phenov along the boards. Driver watching him. And it's flipped out for McLean. John McLean trying to go wide on Vukovic. Vukovic takes him to the backboard. And McTavish picks up the loose puck. McTavish to Anderson. Rolling it through and on to goaltender Brodeur.
Mark Messier started this overtime period, has had 10 shifts with 3:02 left in the first overtime, and 8:04 for Mark Messier, as he and Brian Leach have been Mike Keenan's main men tonight and are playing a lot here in overtime. And out he comes again. Dick, that last rush by Richer, another example, he had a chance to tee it up, and instead he tried to go one-on-one, go wide, and he ended up not getting a shot.
Yeah, you wonder about that. He's got one of the heaviest shots in the league.
Kovalev lost it, and Chorsky breaks out. 3-on-2 doubles. Tom Chorsky. There's Stevens to drive right on Richter. Devils quickly on a 3-on-2 after the giveaway at the line by Kovalev. Vukovic to Leach. Forced back by Chorsky. Now Kovalev to Messier. Messier cross ice, that's blocked, and Lemieux starts back. Messier hooking at Lemieux, slowing the progress. Leach picks him up. Puck rolled in on Richter, and there's Messier. Boy, the response he got after Game 6, if it was Messier to score tonight. Danico loves it down. Delabucas. Turn Zubov out to center ice. Here's Graves, long shot, gloved by Brodeur. Devils to the line. There's Matteau, coming right back for New York. High off the glass, Tikkanen. He's hitting the corner. Larmer fighting for it there as well. Steve Larmer. And now it's up over the glass, out of play.
Pat Quinn might be sitting back in the comfort of his home in Vancouver saying, go ahead, guys, play another hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. That's okay with us.
4 overtimes would be good. Dick, we looked at each other on that last long shot. Martin Brodeur is so confident for a youngster playing in his first real playoff round here in the 94 season. Out with the left hand, not in front of his body at all with the long shot. Just stick the left hand out. Oh, yeah, that's another easy one.
Stefan Matteau had an overtime goal at the Meadowlands.
Had a good backhand chance early in this overtime.
Face off back to Vukovic, flipped it through, and Noonan just missed redirecting it. And now it comes out, Lemieux giving chase, and Vukovic getting there first.
How many face-offs can the Devils lose in their own zone and get away with it? There's another one. Clean back and a good scoring chance.
Shots on goal now 40-30 in favor of New York. Big Vukovic to center. He'll clear it back into the New Jersey zone. Valvoline, that hit McTavish's stick. It's a front Noonan. Rebound there. Brodeur makes the stop. And we might have had a real argument there. Was the puck knocked down by a high stick? Under a minute to go.
I agree with you. Craig McTavish had his stick shoulder length or higher. Martin Brodeur, good reaction. We didn't see the high stick there. It was knocked down earlier than that. Came out in front. And Brodeur with the good reactions to come out and get Brian Noonan. Clearing attempt was a good, hard, high clearing attempt. McTavish got a stick on it to create the chance.
Well, Dick, you showed Mike Keenan as a thrown-out player earlier. He had an overtime goal in a big game in that league a few years ago.
One of the goaltenders on that team, a friend from Vancouver, George Gardner. Going to in the team picture of the Roanoke Valley Rebels.
They advertise this as the biggest game ever played in this building. If the Rangers win it, you will hear the biggest cheer ever in this building.
Is that stick over his shoulder or waist high? Craig McTavish knocked it down out in front to Brian Noonan, and Brodeur came up with a big save.
Well, a goal in the final minute of the third period sent this to overtime. We're in the final minute of the first overtime period. Are we heading to our third double overtime game of the series? Bob and Carpenter. Carpenter's gone heavily into the board. Slow to get up. Still not up. Bill McCreary won't take any chances.
Bobby Carpenter awkwardly into the boards. And he's still down. Gets to his knees. Might be setting in here. End of the first overtime. Zubov on Carpenter. Takes his feet out, and Carpenter the side of his head.
As Kevin Lowe before him, the first part of the fall was the arm, shoulder, then the head snapped against the boards.
And Carpenter looks like he's going to be all right, skating off under his own power. Bells will be ringing for a while.
Well, he hopes to have a chance to let them ring themselves out through an intermission, if nothing else, unless his team scores, John. 39.4 seconds left here in the first overtime period.
And the Rangers maintain this kind of pressure. Players have played a lot. Brian Leetch, Mark Messier. This first overtime, they've kept the pressure on the Devils and thrown everything at Martin Brodeur.
Messier's line out again against Nichols. He took the draw and replaces Bobby Carpenter. Looks like a hit Ray Scapanello again. Something for him too. Now the lane around the boards. Leet pitching in. Nichols gets it by him and out to center. As you see the second stick down in this first overtime period. Enough time for a scoring chance. Stevens long shot. Well, you never know. We might have seen the film of the Hatcher goal. But we're headed for double OT for the third time in this epic battle in the Lincoln Tunnel Series.
Well, you know, John, you talked off the top about how the Devils would have to get through the first 5-10 minutes of the game. They got through all those 20 minutes of the first overtime period, hanging on. Still 1-1.
Waiting for their chances. They pride themselves on being a patient team. Now, how much patience can they have before it's going to cost them? They played most of that first overtime period in their own zone.
A marathon battle for a chance to play the Vancouver Canucks in the '94 Stanley Cup Final. We're still tied at 1 here at Madison Square Garden in New York, headed for a second overtime period.
In an ongoing research project to determine the ultimate beverage, I'm isolating superstar model Cindy Crawford in a Pepsi deprivation chamber.
I'll do anything for science.
We're allowing Cindy a wide range of beverages, but not a single solitary drop of Pepsi. You're here. You'll be all right. Cindy, how do you feel?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm dying for a Pepsi.
Conclusive scientific proof. Pepsi is the ultimate beverage.
We offer something no full-size pickup ever has. Four-wheel anti-lock brakes. We've thoughtfully provided a driver's airbag. Of course, we've also designed the frame and body to distribute the forces of a frontal impact and installed high-strength steel door beams to help resist the forces of a side impact. Of all the jobs this new truck was designed to handle, none is as important as the one we hope it never has to do. Dodge, reinventing the truck.
My greatest achievement is just still being alive in this business. Surviving failure, surviving success. I'm a split personality. I love the theater, and I love the urgency of a rock concert. membership rewards is such a diversified program. Every time you use your American Express card, you're creating points. I use my points to go golfing. That's pure music to my ears.
Use your points at Donald's concerts and other places of note. It's hard to find a family untouched by Canadian Tire, by a first fishing rod, or decorating that tiny apartment. Why? Because Canadian Tire has always made it possible for families to get exactly what they need. Top quality and guaranteed low prices. There must be something to it, because we've been part of the family for a long, long time. There's a lot more to Canadian Tire for a lot less.
Enjoy a beautiful lawn all summer without spraying or back-breaking labor. This remarkable new tool is the Lawn Claw. It makes weeding and lawn repair almost effortless. Its unique steel blades remove any kind of weed from all types of soil. Transplant healthy grass into damaged areas for quick rejuvenation. The Lawn Claw is also ideal for spring planting of cell pack annuals, and it's 100% guaranteed.
Available at Canadian Tire, Sears, Eaton's, and Kmart. Makes a great gift.
Welcome back to Madison Square Garden in New York. 4 periods are now complete. In Eastern Conference Final Game number 7, the score is still tied 1-1 between the New Jersey Devils and the New York Rangers. Mark Messier had a chance in overtime, sends it to the front of the net, and there it is. Gets to Martin Brodeur, but no further. Best chance for the New Jersey Devils came off the stick of Bobby Holik. Devils gain the zone. Holik will get the chance right in front of Mike Richter. Here's the shot. Richter makes the stick save, gets the stick out. The puck again goes no further. The game is tied 1-1. And joining me now from the New York Rangers, Nick Kyprios. And yes, this is a tag from the inside of the jacket. All of the Rangers have the rally jackets on. Tell us about watching this from the sidelines.
Well, Eddie Olchuk in Game 3 when we went in overtime said we got to do something different. So we haven't got ball caps, so we put our jackets inside out, and Stefan Matteau put in the overtime winner. So we're looking for a little magic right here in Game 7.
How about this overtime? And tell me about what it was like being at that Ranger dressing room or watching when 7.7 seconds left, the goal is scored, the game is tied.
Well, you know, we all feel like this organization, you know, nothing's really gone easy for it. And, hey, if we got to do it the hard way, then we're going to do it the hard way. And, you know, we've dominated this hockey game, and all it's going to take is one more bounce, and then we'll move on to the next step. But we're as confident in it as ever.
It's an incredible situation playing in New York. The newspapers all the time, there's so much hype, all about 1940 and 54 years, and the Stanley Cup hasn't been there. What's that been on you as a player?
Well, it's phenomenal, but what you got to do is you really got to focus on you know, what you want to do and sort of block out everything else. The media is incredibly powerful here, and you got to tend not to look at the newspapers or the headlines the next day and just go about your business. And then when it's all said and done, you know, then you can look back and see what kind of you know, pressure that you were under and how you handled it and how you came out of it.
All right, well, I want to ask you one last question. We always ask this on Hockey Night in Canada in overtime. We never put you on the spot and ask you to pick an opposing player. But we want you to pick a Ranger who you think might score, and give us a reason why that guy's the guy that'll put it in the net.
Well, I'll go Tikkanen. He's my roommate. He told me he was due, and you know, things have you know, not gone well all year for him. You know, at times, you know, Mike Keenan was on him a little bit, but he's going to come through and score the OT right here.
All right, Esa Tikkanen's done it before. Nick Kyprios, thanks very much for coming in.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Nick Kyprios of the New York Rangers. The Rangers still tied 1-1 with the Devils, and there is the banner that looms over the ice at Madison Square Garden. 1939-40, the last time the Rangers won the Cup. They want to go to the final again this year. 1-1, the Rangers and the Devils. Our overtime intermission from Madison Square Garden continues in just a moment.
CBC Radio works. It works because it's full of thought-provoking shows, great comedy, exciting drama, and wonderful children's specials. Now you can order copies of any of these or highlights from your favorite national radio show to enjoy again and again. For a free catalog, just call CBC Radio Works on our toll-free number, 1-800-363-1530.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Valaband, and this week on the Country Beat, Anne Murray.
I've
seem to have been blessed with a knack for choosing good songs. That plus maybe luck that they've come my way.
The Pogues, Emmylou Harris, Leon Redbone.
Who says it has to work all the time anyway?
All this and more on the Country Beats.
Saturday on CBC.
I'm Peter Mansbridge, and I'll be in Normandy for the 50th anniversary of D-Day, with a look at the largest undertaking in Canadian military history.
D-Day, a special extended 90-minute edition of CBC Primetime News, June 3rd. Weekdays.
Hi there, I'm Tina Srepingham.
I'm Kevin Newman. And I'm Sheldon Turcotte.
When you break for lunch,
we break the news. It's stories, it's interviews, it's all you really need.
Midday, weekdays at noon in most regions on CBC Television.
Where's everybody? Simple. People are bored with chicken. That's why Subway has our original turkey breast sub. It's oven-roasted turkey on fresh baked bread with all the trimmings. So if you're tired of the same old chicken, Subway's talking turkey.
The original turkey breast sub at Subway, the place where fresh is the taste.
This is the best part.
Hi, I'm Art Drysdale, and this is the Garden Claw. Using spades, forks, or cultivators can be back-breaking. The Garden Claw has a patented design that virtually eliminates bending and lifting. Turn the handles and the steel tines corkscrew down into all soils, even clay. It's perfect for mixing in peat and fertilizer, and it's ideal for working around plants and shrubs. The Garden Claw is backed by a 100% guarantee. Look for this display.
Available at Woolco, Zellers, participating Beaver Lumber, and Pro Hardware stores.
One of the most popular signs at Madison Square Garden right now, let's go home, as this double overtime continues. The Rangers and the Devils are tied at 1. Who knows, the Vancouver Canucks may get here in time to see the last part of this game. John Garrett is from Vancouver. He's been home 2 of the last 42 nights, but he's sticking into the end as the Devils and Rangers play this one out. He's with Dick Irvin upstairs.
Well, our statistical department continues to bombard us. The latest is that this is the first time in Stanley Cup history that a best-of-7 series has featured 3 double overtime games. And one of the reasons that maybe the game didn't end in the first overtime period that John referred to, the fact that the Devils, with some scoring, what looked from our vantage point like scoring chances, didn't shoot the puck.
They wouldn't. They just wouldn't shoot the puck at Mike Richter, and you wonder about that. In overtime, you never know. You just fired at the net. Look what the Rangers did. Every chance they had, they'd throw it at the net, look for a rebound, look for a bounce, look for a deflection, and the Devils had some good chances. Stepan Richer had a good chance. Jim Dowd had a good chance, and they overpassed, and they didn't direct the puck at Mike Richter, and eventually it's going to cost them.
Well, it sort of was the other way around through the last minute of the regulation time. We'll take another look at the reason that we are here going into a second overtime period, the tying goal, which came with 7.7 seconds left.
Stepan Richer throws the puck to the net. Claude Lemieux wins his little battle. Brian Leetch gets to it, throws it out to Zelepukin, and he has 2 cracks at it. Brian Leetch fishing for the puck, not taking the man in front, and Zelepukin has 2 cracks at it.
Boy, the Devils have played a lot of hockey with the overtimes that they have had, and you just wonder. I've had players tell me, though, John, you don't notice the fatigue factor as much as those of us and the fans and the broadcasters think that they might.
It's true. There's so much adrenaline and emotion now. They're in the 7th game, double overtime. They played all these double overtime games. It's emotion and adrenaline. They have a couple days off before they start against Vancouver.
Well, the Rangers had a great first overtime, but to no avail, and it's still tied, and we are about to go into the second overtime period of this Game 7 here at Madison Square Garden in New York. It's tied 1-1, and we'll return when our Stanley Cup coverage on Hockey Night in Canada continues in just a moment.
Welcome back to Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC in the 1994 Stanley Cup playoffs. The Rangers and the Devils in another double overtime thriller. It's 1-1. Rick Bowness, we talked about the goal scorers and how much this game means not only to the Rangers but also to the Devils. A very important game for both franchises.
Well, for both franchises, the trip to the finals means millions of dollars in additional revenue, but also for the Rangers, it gives them a chance to rid the so-called jinx, this 54-year jinx that's on the hockey club. And wherever they go, they're always hearing these chants of 1940, so it gives them a chance to go to the finals and erase those chants. And for the Devils, they've been talking about since they came to the league that they're looking for that respect that the Rangers and the Islanders have. And to get that respect, you have to win something. The Rangers have won 3 cups, the Islanders won 4 cups, and a trip to the finals and a win in the conference championship is something that the Devil organization needs to get that respect they need so badly.
The Devils coming onto the ice now, and how about both teams? How do they play in that overtime period from your point of view?
Well, the Rangers were much more aggressive, both especially on the attack, and they were bringing their defense up, and they were going for it, and they had some great chances, great saves from Brodeur, but because they were bringing their defense up, they kept more pressure on the Devil zone, but they also gave up 2 2-on-1s and a couple 3-on-2. So if you're going to gamble, you have to hope that gamble works, that you score the goal, because when you're gambling and you're bringing the defense up, you're also giving the opposition a couple of chances. Fortunately for the Rangers, the Devils haven't capitalized yet, but for me, the Devils spend far too much time in their zone, and against a team like the Rangers, I wouldn't want to do that.
I love putting you on the spot. Be the Swami this time. How about who's going to score? One for the Rangers, one for the Devils.
Well, Larmer for the Rangers, and we'll go with Claude Lemieux for the Devils.
All right. This is the trophy that they play for right here. That's what's at stake. Not only a trip to the Stanley Cup final, but this hardware tonight. They'll parade it around the ice, whichever team wins. We're ready for the second overtime. Let's go upstairs and join the boys.
Thank you, Scott. They're back on their feet here at Madison Square Garden. And these goaltenders deserve most of the applause. The struggle continues in Game 7 of this Eastern Conference Championship, the 12th overtime period for New Jersey, and Mike Richter and Martin Brodeur remain on the hot seat.
Chris, when you add it up in minutes, the Devils are nearing 3 full games of overtime play. 170 minutes and 46 seconds is what they've gone through in OT this playoff year. And they hauled out Sinatra again.
Carpenter's back on the ice for New Jersey with Lemieux and Chorsky to check the Messier line. Puck cleared in, and Stevens there for the Devils, and that'll be icing against the Rangers. Devils defensive posture again against the Messier line. Force them to make the long pass in the neutral zone. That they did, and Mike Keena didn't like that icing call either. He thought Mark Messier got a stick on that one. Messier did wave at it with the high stick. Maybe that was the call. Either way, it's back in the New York zone. Messier and Carpenter. Back to the point, but out. Alvaline flips it in. Kosovo plays it off Scafanello. Hit for the 3rd time in the game and into the Ranger bench. Ray's had a long night. Well, I guess everybody has. Bumps and bruises. One of the shorter linemen, the old school linemen, Ray Scafanello. It seems the younger ones are guys like Mike Street and Shane Heyer, the 6'4", 220-pound linemen. Because of bus and train schedules, a lot of fans left the double overtime here in Game 1 to get the last bus or train home, but there aren't very many empty seats tonight. Richer cut off by Graves. Danico turning back. Here's Bruce Driver to Danico. Up to Nichols. He's bumped by Kovalev. Danico ahead to Nichols. Richet's on the left wing. Takes the pass and turns back. He has to be careful with Matteau watching him, but Richer now with 2 overtime goals fires it in. That's the Tikkanen. For Larmer. Back past the center, and here's Matteau. Hope checked neatly by Niedermeyer. And back the other way is Bill Guerin. And Guerin is checked. As the Tikkanen turns, looks like they want to open things up a bit. Long shoot in. Set us off the boards, and Larmer. Across to Zubov. Scott Niedermeyer on the ice in the biggest game he's ever played. Now down. Hits the line, and they say offside as Guerin has words with linesman Scafanello. Long shots on net on the shoot-in. Stefan Richer. He fired one at Mike Richter. And then Tikkanen at the other end, shooting one on Martin Brodeur. Dick, how Richer has one of the best shots in the league, and that one, Mike Richter never moved on it, and it didn't miss by much.
Oh, we hope you're enjoying this great struggle between the Devils and Rangers. Chris Cuthbert along with John Garrett, and the only member of our broadcast crew to be listed in the author's catalog at the New York Public Library, Dick Urban. Game 7, double overtime. What a series. Here's Craig McTavish. Right wing, Glenn Anderson. He's checked and is offside.
Puck came out, bounced back in off Kevin Collins, and when that happens, it hits a linesman, comes back. He touches it as offside. You look at the chances in this game. Which line has had the most chances and the best chances? Bobby Holik.
This one.
Randy McKay. Mike Peluso. They've had the best chances. They just haven't been able to cash in.
Greg Gilbert on this line for the Rangers. Asked him before the game how many of these he's played. He said 7. Which one's the most memorable? And immediately he mentioned that 4 overtime game. Washington and the Islanders in '87. Who knows? It might not be the longest overtime game he ever played. And again, play whistled down in the center ice zone.
Doug Lidster is taking a regular shift. We haven't seen much of Jay Wells throughout the third period and then into the first overtime period. Lidster's out there with Zubov. Mike Peluso trying to get at the puck. Lidster's got it pinched up against the boards. The blade of Mike Peluso's stick snaps in his hand.
Two and a half minutes into the second overtime period, and Messier, Kovalev, and Graves are back out. Stevens up to center ice. Lemieux after it. Leach is there for New York. Almost a break for Leach and Messier. Messier trying to control it. Can't. Torski hands it right back to Leach. Ryan Leach to the line. Sends it in deep. Who's going to be the hero and send their team to the Stanley Cup final? Bukaboom shot. And Brodeur stopped it. Bukaboom kept it in. Kovalev puts it through. Loose in front. And Messier is robbed. Mark Messier alone in front. Messier behind the goal. Centers it. Graves couldn't get a stick on it. And the Devils escape.
Because of their goaltender, Martin Brodeur, 2 big saves.
Offside the call. And we continue thanks to Martin Brodeur.
Best save of the game under the circumstances off Messier.
Through traffic, fire it at the net. Kovalev just shoots it through. Brodeur can't see it, can't control the rebound. Messier with the rebound, but Brodeur, we've mentioned it so many times during this series, how quick he is, down to his knees, back to his feet. And the pass out from Messier misses Adam Graves. Devils did dodge a bullet on that shift.
Nichols, Richer, McLean now for New Jersey. Nemchinov, Noonan, and Anderson for New York. And here's Nemchinov. Right wing Anderson. Back to Nemchinov, and it's behind him as he was all tied up. Anderson knocked down by McLean as he was about to let fire. Crowd responds. The play continues. Here's Richer with a chance. Fires and Richter. Rebound. And it stayed out. And McLean crashed towards the net. Here come the Rangers. Anderson and Noonan. Glenn Anderson firing it right on. Great chances for both teams in the second overtime, and John McLean flips to center.
Bernie Nichols crashing the net. Almost had it bounce in off his skates. Or just bounced and bounced wide.
Now Matteau is forechecking. Stefan Matteau. Looks like he'll try. Come on, put the score!
cheer ever heard in this building. And there goes Martin Brodeur. What a tremendous, tremendous playoff it's been for that young goaltender. But happiness reigns supreme within the ranks of the winners. The first team overall in the regular season, they are going to the Stanley Cup Final.
On his 50th goal by Matt Cole. Nick Kiprios embracing Brian Leach. One trophy won, one to go. But the Vancouver Canucks are still in the way.
You know, we've been part of it here, fellas, with the Rangers through their last two series, and maybe a little better appreciation than the fans back in Canada have of the emotion, the hype, Craig McTavish referred to it with Scott during the first intermission. It's really something. This is quite an emotional release for the hockey club and for the fans.
And with everything else going on, the Knicks and the Bulls in Game 7 didn't get the kind of attention that the Rangers-Devils series got.
Richter and Keenan, two victorious Mikes, and the captain about to accept the trophy.
Mark Messier wants the rest of his teammates to join him. Adam Graves, Brian Leach, that's a Tikkanen. What a game he had in Game 6 of this series.
I'm sure that the vast majority of the fans in here don't know the name of that trophy. The Prince of Wales.
Mark Messier won't spend too much time with that one. He's got another one on his mind.
And the chant is, "We want the cup." Not the one that's on the ice right now.
That one.
It's the one that somebody's hanging on to in the Hockey Hall of Fame right now. Awaiting the final series.
So an epic struggle has ended. The New York Rangers victorious. What will they have left for the Vancouver Canucks? Let's go downstairs and join Scott Russell.
Chris, I'm with a happy Mike Keenan. He just said it was Stefan. He did it, Stefan Matteau. And Mark Messier said it would be the game of our lives. Was it?
There's no question about it. It was the game of our lives. And we had an unbelievable opponent. New Jersey just wouldn't let it go. And it was full credit. How can you distinguish between 112 points and 106 in the regular season?
Now, what's this like? I mean, Madison Square Garden, these people have waited so long.
I don't know.
What can you tell them?
It's just going to get better, that's all. Stay with us. These kids are unbelievable. They worked their hearts out for us all year. I'm so proud of them tonight.
One last thing, and that is about Mike Richter, your goaltender, all the way along. Mark Messier stole a game 6. Other people have been in the spotlight. Say something about Mike Richter.
Well, people began to believe in him as the season progressed, but no one can doubt his performances now. He along this road there, you have to give both those kids an unbelievable amount of credit. They did a fabulous job.
One last thing. I know you can't think about it. The Vancouver Canucks.
We're looking forward to the opportunity now. We've worked for it. Now it's here for us. It's be a hell of a hockey series.
Mike, congratulations and good luck to you. Let's go back upstairs to Chris.
Okay, Scott, congratulations to the Rangers and the Devils. And Mark Messier, whose heroics in Game 6 made this 7th game possible. Let's check the 3 stars of tonight's game. Once again, the goaltenders were dominant. The 3rd star, Martin Brodeur, 45 saves. The 2nd star, the other goaltender, Mike Richter, made 31 in his 54th victory of the year. Stefan Matteau, his 2nd overtime goal. He's the 1st star. Rangers win it 2-1. What a Stanley Cup final. New York and Vancouver. And they'll start it all on Tuesday night. Here it is for you. Tuesday night, 8 o'clock, the Vancouver Canucks, the winners of the Campbell Conference Bowl against the New York Rangers. Mark Messier with the Prince of Wales Trophy. Seventh heaven for the New York Rangers at Madison Square Garden tonight.
Sometimes you hear the funniest things when you're trying to buy something.
Ah, I sold the last one 5 minutes ago.
That one's always good for a laugh.
What a shame you drove all that way.
Another classic. But it's not that funny when it happens to you. At Consumers Distributing, we've made great strides to guarantee we've got it when you want it. And if we don't, we'll get it to you with free delivery.
Yes, ma'am. We've got it.
Seems to be working.
When it comes to my family, I look for a fashion store that I can trust. And for me, that's Stan. I love their selection, all those bright new styles. And for the kids, Stan carries all the right brands at guaranteed low prices. So our first choice is always Stan, even for picky shoppers. That's you, Bill. It's always the same story. Terrific selection, value, and service every day at Stan.
Stan, Canada's family clothing store.
There's a place where two rivers meet. A place where the spirit still lives. Come to this ancient gathering place. A place where every great explorer needs a guide, and yours is free for the asking. Call and explore Manitoba.
Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. Brought to you by Molson Breweries, where all Molson brands are naturally aged and free of preservatives. And by Pepsi. Be young, have fun, drink Pepsi.